still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. Well, does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
Girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I like the girls with their nails done. Girls with their girls with their nails done. Nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity.
Good evening and welcome everyone to Playtonia presents Valorant Warfare. I'm Shadeslayer. Joining me is the one and only Icy Baby 1-2. How you doing, Icy?
I'm feeling good, man. And oh my, that's gotta be the sickest intro I've ever seen in my history as a caster, man. That's super hype here. And we are back for some Valorant action here. Ladies and gentlemen, here, welcome to the Valorant Warfare presented by Playtonia. And like Shade say here, we are gonna be witnessing one of the best Valorant players from all around South Asia. And today we're going to be witnessing the semifinals right off the bat here. Shadeslayer, what are we going to be expecting for today?
We're going to see the 4 best teams in the tournament duke it out for the ultimate prize. But before we get to that, we've had close to a month of action right now. It started all the way back on the 9th of October with the first qualifier. We had, in fact, 4 qualifiers played out, single elimination format. From qualifier 1, we had, I believe it was Reckoning, the first team that did make it out. Far Esports from the second one, Team xCeed from the third, and Noble Esports to round up the top 4 that have made their way through. Now we're going to have 2 semi-finals played out today, the winners of which will move on to the finals tomorrow. So I do believe this is the first time we're going to get to see the teams in action in this tournament. But make no mistake, they've had a long road to get here, icy.
Well, speaking of a tournament here, tournaments must have a prize pool. Let's take a look at what our semi-finalists who's battled their way all the way through to semi-finals here and what they're actually going to be competing here. It is going to be 100,000 INR. My goodness, that's a lot of money on the line here. And Shade, what would you do with that amount of money, man?
Man, that is a lot of money to take away. I'd say, first and foremost, these are the top players. So I'd probably be thinking, hey, I'm gonna spend some of that towards a nice little vacation of sorts, but maybe not considering the current pandemic situation going on. So I'd probably save all of that and keep it so that once all of this is done and dusted, I would head out with my team for a nice little getaway, especially if I do end up walking away with the entire title itself. So, like I said, qualifier, we had about 40k INR, 10k spread out over each of the qualifier. The finals itself is going to have 50,000 rupees up for grabs, with first place walking away with 25,000, second place walking away with 10,000, 7,500 for third and fourth, respectively. And we've also got a nice little pool of 10k INR stashed away for an individual special, which is going to be a series of 3 awards: the fan favorite team, the fan favorite player, and the MVP of the tournament. So a lot of ways you can walk away from this tournament a richer man, Icy.
Yeah, exactly here. Speaking of, there's going to be a lot on the line for all these players competing here today and going to be tomorrow in the finals, especially in the finals here where you guys, the fans, are going to be deciding who your favorite teams are and also going to be selecting your favorite player throughout this entire tournament here. So be sure to watch out for your favorite team or your favorite players watching in this stream here, because you might be one of the reasons that they will be walking away with a couple of really good cash grabs here. We're possibly going to be helping them in the pandemic here. So with your help, we're going to be pulling through this entire struggle here. And nevertheless here, congratulations once again, Shadeslayer. I heard you recently got a baby. Thank you so much. You know, I'm pretty sure if you had a chance to take a chunk of this prize pool, it would definitely help your family. Unfortunately to say, we are not here to compete. We are here to watch a bunch of pro players going to be competing from all around South Asia gathered here today to compete for this amount of prize pool. But speaking of which here, what are we going to be expecting here? Based on the statistics here, for those who do not know, the 4 teams that are going to be playing here is Team Reckoning, Far Esports, xCeed, and also Noble Esports, as mentioned by Shadeslayer early on. And these teams, they have been breezing through the qualifiers all the way through here. They have not lost a single match, and they thus far making into a semi-finalist here. But nevertheless, today, all things considered, there will be only one winner from each semi-finals. One of these teams is finally going to be the one to take the first loss here, Shade.
Yeah, it's been a single elimination format throughout the qualifier, and it is going to continue to be the same here for the semi-finals and finals as well. None of the 4 squads have yet to drop a single map. But all of that is going to change at the end of the first map itself. First up, the first match for the day, it's going to be Reckoning Esports taking on Noble Esports. I do believe this is going to be the closest of the two semi-finals we do have today. Noble Esports and Reckoning both have been showing really strong performances of late in various tournaments over the last few months, but I do have to give the edge to Noble here. But it is a best of three, and if Reckoning can get off the start from the get-go with a strong start, I think they're in with a huge chance of taking this. The second one, which will be coming up later today, it will be Far Esports, who are now, I believe, known also under the name of Godlike Esports. Again, one of the premier teams of the country will be going up against Team xCeed. So I do believe of the four squads, we will get to see the rosters in just a bit. So before we get into the predictions of the match, any favorites that you have from the four teams in front of us, IC?
Well, honestly, it's tough to tell here, considering that we have not exactly seen them play all the way through here. But that's why we're here to tell you guys who is going to be our favorites here. I'll probably have a favorite by the end of the day. I'll let you guys know who my favorite is. Probably that's going to be your predictions for tomorrow's winners. But at the same time, I agree with you, Shade. You did mention earlier on here, based on statistics from the qualifiers 4 and also qualifiers 1 from Reckoning Esports from the first qualifiers and Noble Esports coming in from the fourth qualifiers. Reckoning Esports did have a really, really rough run here because they won their matches a little bit too close to be called comfort here. In the quarterfinals, winning by 13-11, and in the finals, 13-10 on the second map and buying here against Attitude in the first qualifier. So that's going to be something that we're going to be watching out for. Whereas Noble Esports, they breezed through the entire qualifiers on qualifier 4, except for the final match, the finals in map 1, taking 13-9. But nevertheless here, for those of you who do not know who the players are, this is going to be Noble Esports roster up on screen for you guys here. We're going to be having MW1, Rexy, Hika, Sami, and also Harsh going to be playing for you guys. And there's going to be the statistics gathered from the qualifiers brought over for you guys here. So that's going to be high kill volumes here, as you can see. But nevertheless, Hika being one of the most consistent player coming from Noble Esports, scoring of 1 kill per round. A very, very consistent rounds thus far there, Shade.
Yeah, it is a mix. The roster is a mix of three Indian players. One, Hika, of course, from Sri Lanka, and Sami coming in from Bangladesh. But the biggest downside I'd see here for Noble Esports is the fact that they're gonna be playing with a sub by the looks of things. The MW1 is stepping in instead of Sai, who is one of their superstar players and absolutely proficient operator user. So I think that is gonna even up the playing field a lot more here in the first semi-final, IC.
Well, this is going to be a tough matchup here. Hopefully, the sub is going to be able to bond with the main team itself here, just because of how adapting is going to be the key component, especially when it comes to competing of the highest level, which we are going to be witnessing today in the semi-finals itself. So that's going to be Noble Esports roster for you guys. Hopefully, MW1 is able to gel in with the team to be able to bring you one of the best Valorant games here in the semi-finals for the Valorant Warfare. But next up, we have another roster for you guys here, and I'm looking forward to see how Reckoning Esports is going to be playing later on here, and I'm looking forward to see what the rosters are going to be having installed here, because thus far, early on, we saw the statistics, very, very nice stats thus far, but look at this, Shine not too far behind here, KPRs of 1.03 consistently spread out through all 5 players here, Shade.
Yeah, we see pretty much everyone stepping up and fragging away. 4 of these players, of course, Teflon, Razor, R10, IonQ, I do believe have played together as a roster in a previous FPS title as well. So team synergy is going to be very strong and very crucial here for Reckoning Esports. And considering the fact that now Sai is not going to be playing for Noble here in the first semi-final, I'm interested to see if Reckoning are able to pretty much take advantage of that and see things through, because I think this is right now, it pretty much makes it an even playing field here in the first semi-final. But that being said, Reckoning Esports, they will need to get off to a strong start here. It is a best of 3, but if we do end up seeing them drop the first map, I think it's going to be an uphill struggle from that point on, IC.
And yeah, speaking of which, is seeing how the statistics went between both these teams here early on, based on our win head-to-head rounds here coming between Noble Esports and also Reckoning Esports, we were kind of favoring Noble Esports now. But after seeing the roster switch here and also seeing very, very consistent statistics coming from Reckoning Esports, I don't know. It's hard to choose. It might be either one's games here. But ladies and gentlemen here, the wait is not going to be for long here, because we're going to be jumping into a semi-final thread of the map, and we are going to be having the veto map right on screen as well. As you can see, it's going to be played on game 1 from Haven. Second map was going to be Ascent, and going to be the game 3. If it actually grows into game 3, we are going to be heading into the map of Bind. So to start things off, Haven, one of the I would say, considering one of the hardest maps to play in Valorant here, except for Icebox, which unfortunately is pretty much not in the pool for our competitive play, and likewise for Sky being our agent, not completely taken off grid to ensure fair gameplay in this tournament itself here, Shade.
Yeah, and looking at the veto so far, Haven, no surprises there, considering it is one, I believe, the most favorite of all the maps in the region. We've seen a lot of Haven over time, and it's no surprise here. In fact, it was picked by Noble, and of course, with that, Reckoning decide to start on defense, while Ascent being Reckoning's pick, Noble is going to be starting on defense as well, and Bind, Noble's pick, Noble's back on defense. So I'm interested to see how the players are going to tackle Haven, considering that we are on a 1.11 patch. Like you said, we don't have Sky, we don't have Icebox, but all the other changes to the agents and their abilities will be in play here. And I think one of the most important ones is the nerf to the Sentinels, specifically Cypher. It was one of those agents that was played quite a bit on Haven, almost insta-lock of sorts, but with the kind of nerfs that he's taken in this latest patch, question is, have these teams had enough time to kind of adapt and switch up their draft, or will they pretty much have to play around the fact that their Cypher won't really be able to do as much as he was able to in the previous few patches?
Well, speaking of which here, it's going to be all up to the teams as well here. But speaking of which, let's talk about the map itself here. Haven being 3 sites in general here, it's going to be quite hard without taking any sort of sentinels here. So it's going to be a fight for which kind of agents are they going to be prioritizing here. And some teams may love their Phoenixes here, but I think Phoenix may not be the best choice in this map. However, we might see a lot of contests for Killjoy, Cyphers, and Sage in this regards here. A couple of maybe Omen in play, probably. Just for the utilities to work with here. Breach, one of the top favorite agents in the entire pool as well, is going to be something that might be contested just to try and slow down some kind of aggressions here. So utilities are going to be extremely important for defenders, whereas attackers is going to be prioritizing of making sure that, hey, they have enough agents to play both sides of the map. How are they going to tackle this here? In this case, we've seen several teams prioritizing on playing the Jet over the Omen, or maybe even the Jet over a Phoenix or Raze in this regards here, which Raze not really a favorable pick in the region, in competitive in general, just because of how lacking in terms of utilities besides the damage dealing wise. But aside from that, it all comes down to the wombo combos. Can they get their ultimates in time? So it all comes down to the fraggers, whether or not are they going to be playing around the fraggers, or are they going to be playing around the supports here? So it comes down to the mix and match of their agents here. It's tough to say, especially when both these teams are going head-to-head against each other, not knowing each team's play style. So it's going to be extremely hard. There are some teams that just prioritize being aggressive. There are some teams that plays defensively. So we shall see. But ladies and gentlemen, here, we're heading off into a semifinals game number 1 here between Reckoning versus none other than Noble Esports. This is going to be game one in the map of Haven with Noble on the attacker side and Reckoning on the defender side. Shade, what are we going to be witnessing here? It looks like we have a Phoenix pickup and also an Omen coming from Reckoning.
Yeah, Noble will be starting on attack, and like you said, we will see that Phoenix out, no surprises. We also see the Sova Cypher being picked up on both places, so it is, I think, an option of just going ahead and playing with the agents that they're comfortable with. Early presence in towards C, and they're going to continue to make their push straight up ahead. The Dark Cloud comes down, defense in towards window. Doesn't manage to pick anyone, and it's going to be a free site given away. A full 5 versus 5 retake, and Harsh gets the opener, but it is Rio responding back 4v4.
Yeah, this is going to be a smart call. They're coming from Reckoning to actually abandon the side, considering that they've lost the side relatively early here, but now going for the retake. They're doing so well so far. Noble's lost 3, and you can see Jet is they're pretty much really low as well. Flashes coming in, and Ayan will find another one here. Reckoning going to go for the push. Here comes the push coming from the Omen. Unfortunately, won't get taken down, and Reckoning will successfully go in for the retake and also win the round. Uh-oh.
I think he's got it in there, but what a wonderful retake coming in from Reckoning there. They pretty much understood the fact that challenging the push there towards the C side was only going to get them into trouble, and instead they give away the side, they give away the plant, wait till the very last second to make that move. We did see the Omen wait around, try and use his own, I believe that was an ally, Dark Cloud, and he tries to play around it with the frenzy, try and catch a couple of the defenders coming in up close, but wasn't really to work out. And Reckoning with a solid retake take the first round, and early presence again from Noble. They charge in, but straight into the Spectre as Razor cleans him up. Rexy finally drops him down, but through the cloud, he Rail finds that W, and Teflon gets taken out by Hika, not before he drops Rexy, and it is a 1v3 here. He's got absolutely no health on him here. Hika's gonna have to go massive to try and clutch this out. He does have the Spectre, but no health, no luck for you, sir. 2-0 to Reckon.
Oh, that seems to be a really, really bad round here coming from Noble Esports. They actually forced by that second round, and that's going to damage them in terms of utilities all the way through. But at the same time, they soft by that round here. No surprises they actually lost that round. But at the same time, Reckoning Esports, I like the decision from first round. They actually split off the defuse just to get up their ultimate points up available here, so they can actually use it probably in round 6 or round 7. So that's going to be the key idea here, as I'm liking the Phoenix pick to replace the Sage here, just because they have an additional life to play around with here, especially coming from Reckoning Esports. Whereas Noble, they need to make use of this the surveillance arrows here coming from Sova if they can actually scout out some of these players. Unfortunately to say, Reckoning Esports, they are playing a little bit aggressive here. You can see Razor going for the push, gets a nice takedown, and Hika will get taken out. So that's going to be Omen Smokes getting taken out of the pool here. So Noble, they are going to be struggling in terms of the side take now.
They have spread the defense thin, though. There's no one at B at the moment, as they do have control of courtyard here, Noble. They are a man down, though. Phoenix waiting in the backlines. He has, in fact, the curveball ready if Sammy does decide to push in, but they're going to play this patiently here. They're showing in some presence towards A long as well. Cypher is going to try and cause the distraction, forcing a player off, allowing, in fact, the push to come in towards the B side, and they're going to try and go and fall the pinch there. They have control as well off the link, and Cypher ends up going down. And Noble, beautiful work there with the pincer play, and Iron Q is going to be stuck here towards tower. What is he going to be able to do? Absolutely nothing. He does, I believe, manage to get Rexy, though, there with the judge. 2v2 on the retake. Cypher, though, is pretty low here for Noble.
Yeah, nice take there coming from Noble to actually push in from the side. Considering how slow the approach was here, Reckoning with the rotation, playing a little bit cautiously here, has pretty much paid their demise. Now, losing the side here, they're going to be using Rio to actually scout out the surveillance in this regards here. Will they be able to scout in the vicinity? It seems to me, Noble, they're setting up shop in short. Two guys going to be going for the pincer attack. Reckoning going to be playing a little bit smoke here, but nice smoke there. Actually, smoking lock, checking the shot, but Sewers will take the takedown here. Razor will go in for the trade here. It's going to be 1v1, goes for the bait. Can he get the shot? Yes, he will. And Rio gets a successful 2 takedown and the defuse. And Reckoning will go on a 3-0 streak.
Yeah, Rio there. The odds were definitely against him as he sees his teammate go down right away. But man, oh man, does he step up there, takes the individual duels. I'm surprised that they did actually offer him 2 individual duels there. They pretty much could have played time, forcing him to go a lot more deeper to try and take that fight. But Reckoning, they do manage to clutch it out there. 3-0. For all the viewers tuning in, don't forget you can share the stream with 3 of your friends, and a random winner stands a chance to walk away with exciting prizes. So don't forget to share it with all your friends out there, whether you're watching it on Facebook or on YouTube. There comes the drone, and the Hunter's Fury out as well. It looked did enough in terms of getting the players out there, as Harsh is able to take down Teflon Mike after he finds the opener.
Oh, Rexy there getting clipped by a little bit here by the shock arrows coming in from Reckoning here. Noble not having a great run here. The Hunter's Fury is pretty much out in there to blow so much damage here. Without the Sage available here, the Omen and also the Sova coming from Noble pretty much taking a huge amount of damage here. This time, they're going to be setting the Cypher play a little bit aggressive here to go in for the take. Unfortunately to say, he's going to get taken down here as Razor will go in for the shot, and Hika gets shot down. And Noble, they're in playing on a very, very slim chance here as they are trying to go for the side take here. Unfortunately to say, they are a little bit too far off, but now goes in for the teleport here. Unfortunately, MW1 will finally go in for the bomb plant. Reckoning playing it extremely slow. Here comes the Leer. Nice catch there coming from MW1 here as he takes out a Yankee, tying it into a 3v3 situation. Reckoning seems to have the upper hand now, paying the price here, going for the 50-50 push. As you can see, Reckoning, they're going for the double push here. Will they get pinned up? And now all the way far back. Nice pick there coming from MW1. Catches Rio, catches BRZ. That's going to be a double kill. And now, Reckoning, they are forced to save this fight. As you can see, the Omen's pretty much turning tail and making a run for it here, Shade.
Well, MW1, they're stepping up huge with that spray transfer up towards the A-link. That was the defense. That was the retake attempt coming in there from Reckoning Esports. That was their opportunity. They get that trade. They're in with a shot of retaking and getting the defuse in. But instead, it is Noble stepping up with a couple of brilliant individual plays to get them on the scorecard.
Oh, that was so hard for Reckoning actually retake the side here. Considering that Razor is so far away from the side and he was so low, he did not want to expose himself to actually put a couple of utilities here to go in for the retake, which was really, really unfortunate for Reckoning here, just because of how many angles and they have to clear out. And Noble's pretty much got the entire B side for themselves, having the Cypher and the Sofa going for the push. Not the most ideal situation for Reckoning for that round.
Yeah, there's an Omen face-off here towards C Long. And luckily, no damage traded for either of the players right there. They're playing it pretty slow right now, Noble. And the patience plays off as Sammy finds the opener onto Razor. Immediate rotations coming in from Rio here. And he manages to spot out one, pulls out the shot nut and almost gets punished instantaneously there. Gets flashed in, and is that enough space to get the kill? It is! They find 2 there, Icy.
Oh, that was a really nice flash there coming from Reckoning. Just like that, they were able to go in for the retake. Noble, ooh, they started things off punishing the aggression of this Omen coming from Reckoning down at C. Unfortunate to say, the flash just caught them off guard. They took a little bit too long, and this semi-eco round from Reckoning pretty much very, very happy about this year, because as now they take down Harsh, who's pretty much lurking around down sewers here.
30 seconds left.
And just like that, they're going to get overrun, and Noble, they lose all 5, and Reckoning, they managed to defend somehow.
That was a huge surprise for everyone tuning in, including myself. That was Noble getting the opener. They drop the Omen on the C site, and they pretty much get stuck out at Long. The utility coming there, like you rightfully said, the flash out from the side of Noble there, from the side of Reckoning rather, manages to stall them, hold them out in long enough for backup to arrive there, and from that point on, Noble didn't really have a way back into it. They tried to readjust back in towards mid, but it was too little too late. Reckoning immediately answer back 4-1, and Noble looks like they could head in early towards B side. They have control of Courtyard here.
Oh, it seems to me they are going to be going for the B side here. And W1 opening picks here. Gets one, gets two. Now it's going to go for the pick as well. Unfortunately, does not have place to actually hide his way through. So Razor won't pick him off. So that's going to be 2-for-1 trade-off here. But Reckoning, they somehow still hold. But a huge spray down from BRZ. Lines up the shot. Gets one, gets two. Now, Noble, they're forced going for the retake as well. But Razor is still alive here. Goes in for a huge round. Goes in for the tag team. And Reckoning, a huge round by BRZ and also Razor here from Reckoning, taking the round very, very convincingly from the side of Reckoning. And Noble, not enough utilities here. That's going to be pretty unfortunate for them there, Shade.
Yeah, they kind of went in with Sheriffs trying to make things happen. It was, in fact, the Empress used nice and early from Noble to try and get those first opening pick. But that two-man spray down from BRZ all the way from A-Link set up for Reckoning to have a comfortable end to the round there. 5-1 in favor of Reckoning here. And Harsh gets an all-important, in fact, 2 kills picked up before Iron Q is able to silence him, but that opens up the B side here as Noble should be able to walk in without any further contest here, get the site locked down, unless Reckoning can pull something out of the hat. Not gonna be the case. It seems highly unlikely that they find a way back into this IC.
Oh, that's going to be a huge round there from Noble here. 2 easy takedowns here, but the operator definitely caught them off guard. But in this case, Reckoning, they're looking to save up those operator here, have to play a little bit safe here. Meanwhile, Noble, they're just going to try and go in for the hunt. Meanwhile, here comes a spray. Sami being very patient, finally catch him off guard here. So this time, Reckoning is going to be down to the last player here. Ayan holding the operator. He's going to save this all the way through. Noble, they're looking for the hunt here. They got him for the bomb plant, and this time they want to take down this operator. They know Reckoning, they invested so much in this particular round, and Noble is looking for one. Iron finds one. That's going to be a huge one for him. Can he get another? But unfortunately, Sami will take him down, and that's going to be the operator claim from the side of Noble. And this is going to be a start of a potential comeback that Noble needs with the operator now here, Shade. Man,
ever since the nerf to the operator with the price that went up along with the gameplay up to during patch 1.09, it becomes even more crucial that you're able to hold on to the operator in such situations. But unfortunately, as soon as he takes that opening duel, his position is given away towards Heavens and he gets shut down, the operator taken away, and Noble, maybe the start of a comeback here, IC.
Yep. Hopefully, they've been able to figure out the strategy here, but seems how Noble will pick into his B side all by himself. Here comes another flash coming from Teflon. Is he going to get in here? No, he overextends his peaks, gets punished for it. So that's going to be a trade-off coming in as well. Rexy will pick up for Yan and Rio as well here, as Reckoning pretty starved out from that round, committing that operator here, and that's going to be them paying the price. In this case, Razor, once again, this time, getting punished for his aggression here. And Noble pretty much got a good read in round number 8 here. And because of that, they're going to take this site once again very, very successfully here coming from Noble.
That's more than a couple of occasions now that Noble have pretty much just straight up walked into the B side. The defense has been playing all the way at the back of the site. So they've pretty much been given access to enter in without too much of a defense in that regard. And in this instance, it was pretty much the Phoenix getting caught out with the flash in hand there, giving away the opening pick, and that kind of snowballs out of Reckoning's control there. BRZ, last man alive, he does have himself the judge, and he's gonna go for one final run, but gets taken out by the spike going off. Third round on the board for a Noble, and Reckoning, I think, are gonna be on an eco here. We did see a bike coming. The Raze is gonna get rid of that. No way he hangs on to it.
They have to go for the eco round here coming from Reckoning here. Considering that how Noble has pretty much found the loophole that Reckoning has, considering that they've always set their Phoenix up in middle and B, and knowing that there's no way for them to actually slow down any kind of aggression here as compared to the previous patches here where you have a Sage go just walls off and buys time for the team, whereas Reckoning, they chose for a different kind of approach. Noble's getting able to punish this, and because of that, Harsh now going bananas as they are going to be looking for some kind of kills here. But you can see BRZ getting forced back into onto the mid here. As you can see, Reckoning, they're playing the aggressive play. Yan flanking from all the way behind, but A sides pretty much get taken out as Noble waiting for the rush, and Reckoning now is going to be on the retake here. Rio will get a nice pistol kill onto his MW1. Unfortunately, to say, do they have the utilities here? Pops the unstoppable, but nope, misses the knives, and Sammy will go in for the takedown. So it's going to be 2v4, but this time, oh, no, make no mistake, it's going to be 4v1 now. As you can see, with Reckoning so far, going to be the last man setting up on Heaven. Pretty much gets all the angles checked here, and he's going to get taken down. Gets pincert, and Noble will take the route. So this is going to be the start of the comeback that Noble needs, and this is the momentum they need. And hopefully, Reckoning is able to read what is actually happening from the side of Noble now. Shade.
Yep, that's, I think Noble just playing these rounds ultra fast, right? We're not seeing them, at least in the first couple of rounds, we saw a little bit of a slow start to the round where they're looking for those initial pickoffs before they do commit, but that has completely changed around over the last few rounds where they're not afraid to make that move early, and they did save them that previous round as well. We did see INQ come in with the Blade Storm, and if he was able to catch off one or two players trailing in from behind before they make their way towards the A side, that might have been a completely different round for Reckoning, but instead it is Noble within touching distance of leveling things up here. As you see a push coming in through C long, and they just completely take down INQ, peeking wide straight into 4 agents there. Out comes the Cloud, doesn't really provide much in terms of cover there. He's in fact spotted Rio all the way at the back. He's going to try and get a wall bang through. The shock dart coming in towards the corner. I think that didn't really clip the player back there, and with the Dark Cloud out, it's going to be very hard to make their way in. Out comes the Hunter's Fury as well for good measure to delay the inevitable, and Hika just mows them down. This is going to be Noble leveling things up 5-5 in map number 1 of semi-final 1.
Yeah, nicely done there coming from Noble Esports, finally getting the read, and because of this, Reckoning, they have to be extremely careful about their next approach here because this time it's going to be tying up in 5-5. As you can see, Sova's pretty much running for his life. Rio going to be trying saving up his Phantom here, but unfortunately, to what avail can he do? His full health and the entirety of the force is from the side. Noble is going to go to a push, but eventually he gets one takedown, but unfortunately, will he get hunted down? But nope, it's going to be A-okay. He gets one kill from side Reckoning. But Noble Esports will take the round, tying it 5-5. And nevertheless, here for those guys watching at home, be sure to share and tag 5 of your friends on this stream here. Share this stream, tag 5 of your friends, get them over here, and one lucky random winner will stand a chance to win some exciting giveaways brought to you by Playtonia. But nevertheless, here this is going to be an interesting match here. We're tying it with 5-5. Noble Esports, they finally figured out the plan. They finally figured out what takes from the side Reckoning Esports, and Reckoning Esports, they don't seem to be able to reply to this here, and I'm a little bit worried here, Shade, for Reckoning Esports now.
Indeed. Again, another fast play towards the C side there. The last time around we saw them getting caught off was when they got the initial pick, but they were slightly hesitant to make their way towards the side. None of that seen in the last round. The first frag in, they had that C side under lockdown. No way in for Reckoning, and if I'm on Reckoning, I think it is time to switch things up because Noble are able to pretty much get a very nice read of the Reckoning defense at the moment here out on Haven.
Yep. Speaking of which, Reckoning, they are going to switching up the Omen and the Jet down middle here to play a little bit aggressive as well. They're going to be sending the Phoenix arm towards Garage as well to try and push towards mid here. So Reckoning, they're switching up strategy to play a little bit aggressive down mid, and hopefully Noble's going to be able to do this. But meanwhile, Reckoning, they're going to be sending in Sova Airway to try and get information. But nice flash coming from Teflon. Razor and Teflon will get in pick here, and they will get MW1. So that's going to be one of the flashes taken down from the side of Noble, and Reckoning, they're going to be pretty happy about this here. But it is going to be 4v4, and Noble trading 1-for-1 is still going to be beneficial for them here, as they are going to be making their run in towards A side. Meanwhile, as you can see, the Cypher camps are coming in. BRZ going to be holding down towards shot as well, going for the pick here. Ayan got a pincer attack. He gets one coming from Ayan, and Reckoning is going to be able to take this win here. And through the smoke, Ayan is able to spray one more, but oh no, the timing from the side of Ayan, getting the double kill. Now Harsh is going to be the last man standing from the side of Reckoning here. But now here comes the Cypher camp, Spy camp coming in here in this vicinity. Harsh going to be popping the drop here, as he's going to be the last man defending against for this bomb plant. Can he get the headshot? He sees it, but he misses the angle, and Teflon will go in for the spray down, and Reckoning succeeds to take the lead eventually.
Well, that was a good crossfire setup coming in for Reckoning up towards the A side. We did see a Noble show some presence in towards mid, and they immediately switched their attack towards the A side. But that crossfire setup pretty much takes down 3, and at the end, their Cypher had to dig deep to try and make things happen. As you can have a look back at the replay there, the push in coming in from the Jet, absolutely unaware of the crossfire setup. He manages to walk up and get the Sova down as well. So wonderful play there coming in from Reckoning, and they retake back the lead 6-5. But Noble, they've wasted absolutely no time previously in jumping straight back into the thick of things. Let's see if that's going to be the case here again. Flash. Nah, he couldn't make his way through there. Ultimate goes down for Teflon Mike, and unfortunately doesn't manage to pick up anything for his effects.
Oh, that's going to be information get taken there with the run it back. Just because of that, he was able to scout out 2 players from the side of Noble Esports. Pretty much split out between the A farm and also the mid control. But because of this, they know they're going to be setting up the defense up towards A side. But unfortunately to say, it is not going to be happening here. A little bit too off the mark, as Noble already going for the retake here. Harsh going to be the one to try and defend this here, but Reckoning, they pretty much lose 2 members. They predicted it to be C-side push coming from Noble. Unfortunately, it wasn't a C-side push, and Reckoning is able to completely miss the mark, and Noble is going to pretty much take the entire A-side for themselves here, Shade.
Yeah, that was a gamble coming in there from Reckoning. They put their eggs in one basket, and unfortunately, the gamble doesn't pay off at this time. The recombo goes in, but in comes Paranoia, blinding them in, setting up for 3 kills coming in, 2 going towards Hika there. And coming in through the choke, Reckoning never really stood a chance there of a retake whatsoever. And it's an even half, 6-6. That is going to be a big half win, I would say, for Noble, especially considering the way this match started off for Reckoning IC.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, seeing how Noble played this, they've got the good read, they've got the 6-6, and because of that, they were able to force out the ultimate coming in from the Phoenix from Reckoning here. It's going to be a huge round for them, as they do have no ultimates whatsoever, obviously. It's pretty much the last round for that half. It's going to be switch sides now, with Reckoning on the attacker side and Noble now on defense side. So it's going to be back to pistols rounds. Hopefully things are going to be a little bit different here, but nevertheless here, the defense and attack from both these teams are pretty much 50-50 nevertheless in this best of 3 game 1 here. So both these teams are pretty much neck and neck. As you can see, Yankill is going to be the ones to start things off here to try and peek towards the B middle side here in this Yankill. He's looking for those headshots here, but you can see smokes are already being set up here. Pre-fires coming from ANQ. He's pretty much given his information, but no one's biting from the side of Noble with this defense. They're completely letting B-side unattended here. A casual Cypher cage is there to try and delay this here. I like these movements coming from Noble. Because of this, Reckoning, they don't know what to do. They're just taking a chill pill, playing a little bit aggressive here. MW1 scouts a little bit information down towards A side. And Noble, they have to be hesitant here. As they are seeing a lot of pushes coming in. MW1 going to be looking the rear to right, buy a little bit of time here. The rest of the team's Nobos are coming in towards A sites. As you can see, the rest of the teams are pretty much backed off towards site here. Sammy going to be holding towards Subers as well as Reckoning. Looking for a shot. Nice pick there coming from Sammy. As Reckoning, they lose their main initiator there. The surveillance camera now looking for one. Yan will trade off Hika in middle side, but it looks like they will switch up their rotations here as Reckoning looking to rotate towards C side, pops the tripwire, but at the same time, doesn't make it in time here because Noble, they're on their way back to C side, going for the retake. Rexy gonna be popping the surveillance arrow as well, but the smokes are coming, blocking all the vision, and the fire is gonna burn them all alive! Oh my goodness, and they are forced back out of the fight as well, as Noble needs to take a chill pill, but at the same time, Reckoning forcing them out. Noble will be all clustered out all the way through. Here comes the aggressive push. The flashes comes in, but they lose members left, right, and center. Reckoning with the last member on the Cypher gets the trade off. BRZ, last man standing, but here the full defuse. Can he get it? He gets the job done as BRZ takes out Rexy eventually, but Noble will be the one that wins the round.
Oh man, that was patience from start to end there from both those teams. The initial pressure coming in from Reckoning towards the A site. They try and get that early pickoff, but Reina able to fall back, ensure that she doesn't give away her life very early on. And despite getting the opening pick onto the Sova there towards the A shot, they get in towards the C side, get the plant in, and unfortunately the plant wasn't really for the Cypher coming in there from short, and the full diffuse goes through. Noble pick up the all-important pistol here at the start of the second half.
The huge round here coming from Sammy as well. He gets a big one with the sprays, and just like that, Noble, they managed to take them all down. Sammy reached a huge 4K. Oh my goodness there. What was that?
Well, they pretty much ran into the meat grinder there. Absolutely no one. Sammy there just stands his ground with the Spectre. More down. 3 kills going down. Switches to the classic to close things out for the 4K. 8-6, a pretty standard anti-eco coming in there for Noble. No sweats whatsoever. And, well, Reckoning, they get their buy round in, and they're slowly but surely running out of any room for error in this map here. I see another opening pick going the way of Noble. Things going from bad to worse very fast here.
Pretty confident here from the side. Noble playing very, very aggressively. But because of that, they show themselves 2 on A long. And this is going to be leaving things open towards B side. And Reckoning, they managed to get a pick off here. Noble now, they are going to be on the defense this time as the C sides pretty much got taken out from the side of Reckoning. And because of that, they're looking for the regroup here. Ayan looking for a couple of strays here. Unfortunately, he's going to be lurking around the garage vicinity. Meanwhile, Hika going to be setting up a couple shots here. But looks like they are going to be stacking into a meat grinder. Huge flash comes in. With Sammy pushing with the blades here, and then not gonna be enough. He gets one pick off. Unfortunately, it's gonna be a 1v1 now, and as you can see, it's gonna be up to Ayan going for the clutch here, but the bombs are ticking, and it all up to this Omen from the side of Noble going for the retake here as Hika. He does have the Spectre. Doesn't have a lot to work with here as a long-range battle. He does see the pixel going in here, but he's gonna try and go in for the bait once again. But look at this, the mind games are coming in, but eventually Ayan will go in for the check, and Hika tries to go in for the bait. Unfortunately, Ayan will get the headshot first, so that's gonna be a small victory coming in for Reckoning Esports.
INQ there played that 1v1 perfectly. At the end of the day, there was very little opportunity to get that full diffuse in. He pretty much had to bait out INQ there into a duel very early on, but he played the odds perfectly there till the end. Reckoning kept their first round on the board here in the second half, but it's paramount that they keep the momentum going.
Yeah, definitely here. But at the same time, Sammy with a huge attempt as well with the Blade Storm to actually go in for the triple kill there. But unfortunately, say 3v4, it was a little bit too harsh here. But nevertheless, Noble, it's going to be 8-7. It's got to be close here. Sammy with the Sheriff there, going to be looking to actually go in for a couple 1 taps here. as a Reckoning, they are still playing a little bit slow. Going to be playing a little bit disciplined here. Semi going for the big kick. That's the one tap. Bye-bye, BRZ. Gets the leader, but now Yan going to go for the double push as well. Goes in for the heaven push as well. As Noble, they're getting forced back. MW1 needs to re-engage from this, but the Spectre comes in and he gets the tap onto Yan. And now, with the Vandal, things are going to be a little bit interesting here. As Noble, they're going for the retake. Reckoning, they've got the bomb cut, but look at this. They're lurking so far. MW1 gets a couple of tags in, but unfortunately, he gets finished off, but no, he goes in with free, but the transition is not enough, and Razor will take him down, and Reckoning ties the score 8-8.
Oh, MW1 there coming in with the 6 sheriff shots early on, but not enough to give Noble the round there at the end. Rexy had a little bit too much to do in the 1v2 clutch, unable to find the second frag in, and Reckoning are able to hold on to their dear lives, equalize it 8-8. And maybe it is time now for Noble to switch things up here early on in the second half, Icy.
Oh, they played that eco round really well. Unfortunately to say, Rexy gets one tap to the face there as Teflon will go in for the push here. Seaside pretty much completely given up here from the side of Reckoning. Noble here and Reckoning, I don't think that's going to be a... Sorry, from the side of Noble, I don't think it's going to be a great run to go in for the retake. But considering how limited the runs are coming in, Sammy will go in for the dash and try and bait a couple shots. But Razor, with the huge spray down from Reckoning, will take down 3. And MW1 will be the one to shut him off, but he's left all by himself. 1v4. Can he go in for the ace? He gets the healing there, but everyone from the side Reckoning knows where exactly he is. This time he gets the flash. He goes in for a repick, but no. Teflon Mike will be the one to take him down, but Teflon Mike, Reckoning, what an opening shot on Seaside. What a shot there, Shade.
Well, not only do they get the opener, but Razor ends up getting a huge 3K, allowing Reckoning to pretty much just waltz in to the Seaside there. Absolutely nothing that Noble can do but to just stand and watch their defense crumbles almost instantaneously. And yep, I think it's time for another switcheroo as Reckoning are back in the lead, and I think they're looking stronger than ever here up on what we've seen in Haven so far, Icy.
Yeah, but speaking of which here, they have to take a little bit chill here. Reckoning, they are better on the offense here, but Noble, they have been playing it on the slim chance here. This time, they're going to be forcing the round with the Sheriffs once again here. Reckoning going to be putting a couple shots in, but Rexy will go in for the blind shot. He gets one, so that's going to be a small victory here. But at the same time, they need more to happen here. AN will get flashed off, and MW1 will get the catch off. This time, with the heals coming in, that's going to be Noble trying to go for the retake here, taking a couple of weaponries off the pools of Reckoning, and this time, Reckoning, they will bail out of Seaside. This seems to me they are rotating away from the side, as you can see so far ahead. Sammy already lurking behind. He gets one shot. Exactly. He's looking for another, but unfortunately not going to be happening here. But it's going to be 2v2. As you can see, Noble, they are going to be bailing together here, and Reckoning, they know exactly where they are. This time, the bomb plant is going to be towards back CT. Planted. And it's going to be up to Noble to actually go in for the retake here. Harsh now looking for a couple shots in. They have the utilities here. BRZ going to be taking on towards heaven position. So that's going to be not going to be the most ideal situation to work with here. Smokes coming in from Omen. That's going to be a double one here. Baits a couple shots in. They're trying to force rotations. But at the same time, Reckoning, they popped the running back on the Phoenix. He's going to go ham here, trying to get information. The flash comes in. Can he get the headshot? BRZ? Yes, he will. So that's going to be information gathered here. But it's going to be a 1v1 now. Harsh trying to bait the defuse. But is he going to stick it? No, he will not. And Teflon Mike will win the battle of attrition here with 100 HP and takes him down. So that's going to be Reckoning leading the score 10-8 now, Shade.
Well, they left it till the absolute last second to try and go for that retake, but Teflon Mike does a wonderful job there of winning the duel despite having his location given away. There was a pre-fire already in. Unfortunately, wasn't a headshot off the get-go, and Mike able to ensure that it is Reckoning Esports who gets on to double digits first here in map number 1 of semi-final number 1. They're heading in towards Ceylon yet again. Sammy unfortunately gets blocked. If that Duck Cloud goes off, a quarter of a second late, I think Sammy gets the opener with the operator, but as things stand, he is forced back in all the way back towards the link, but no push coming in whatsoever towards Long as of now, as you do have Noble taking control of Courtyard.
Yep, at the same time here, Semi does pull up the op here. Reckoning needs to be extremely careful with this push here, but meanwhile, Noble, they will lose MW1 right off the bat here. As you can see, Reckoning playing this extremely so. We are down towards the final few rounds coming in from both these teams, and you can feel the nerves coming in from all these players. Meanwhile, BRZ going to be making a push towards Garage, as Hika will be the one to defend. Here comes the smoke. He's going to hear the movements coming in. Hika's going to be lurking around, as Noble, they are waiting for Hika to make the play, but the rest of the teams from side of Noble are already coming in. But look at this, Reckoning, they're backing out of Garage and rotating towards A side, and because of this, Noble on the mini map as well. So we're running around roses here as they are planning where are they going to be going in. But it seems to me A side is going to be the one to go in for the push here. But meanwhile, there is a lurk around. Hika, he will potentially spout out. One of the players from Reckoning is going to be lurking all the way here. He sees it, but VRZ will be the one to take him down on B side. Now they are going to go in for the flank as Noble is going to go in for the push. But guess what? 10 seconds left. The bomb needs to be planted, but Sniper comes in and a Yan will take him down. And Sammy gets a trade-off, but it's going to be Sammy left. One man remaining from side Noble holding the operator for the team. 1v3. What does he do? This is going to be a tough one here for Noble Esports here, Shade. My goodness. As you can see, they are going to go in for the plays here. 3-1. And seems to me Sammy is going to be holding out to a Blade Storm here, as he is going to back out to try and save his operator all the way through Reckoning. They are going to be looking for this hunt here. They want to take him down. They know he's got the op, but at the same time, do they have the economy to work with here? As you can see, Reckoning, they are looking for those pre-fires here. And seems to me, attackers, they win the round once again here. So with Reckoning taking 11-8. And this is going to be them taking the lead here. This is going to be a tough one here from Noble. But at the same time, this operator from the side of Sammy needs to make a huge one here if they want to stand a chance and make a comeback here. As the economy from the side of Noble is pretty much really, really lacking right now.
Indeed, I see. That was a save coming in there from Sammy. Unfortunately, couldn't really do much with the Blade Storm considering the heavy numbers disadvantage. And let's talk a little bit about Reckoning here, I see. These guys looked very strong off the bat, but looks like they kind of lost their momentum towards the end of that first half, allowing Noble to equalize things. But make no mistake, the second half has been Reckoning all the way. They've looked absolutely stellar here on attack, and looks like both the teams do prefer, or rather a stronger, a slightly bit more on the attacking side here on Haven.
Mm-hmm. Yep, seems to me Reckoning, they definitely have the advantage here just because of how strong the Phoenix Flash has worked for them here, especially from side Reckoning here. Every time they flash, Noble, they have to retreat here, and there's nothing for them to actually stop this aggressive push coming from Reckoning here just because of how limited their utilities are. They have so many smokes, but there's nothing just slowing them here, similar to the Sage smokes here. But at the same time here, Sammy, he's overextended his pitch here. He needs to dash back forward here. The operator pretty much scouts his way through, but here comes another flash coming from Noble. They know exactly where he is here, but they will force out one dash off him. So that's going to be a small utility coming in the favor of Reckoning here. So they will back off, respecting Sammy's op, as they are going to be transitioning to another side here. But meanwhile, the rest of Reckoning, they're going to be stacking up on A side. Oh my goodness. Noble, do they know this here? Because the rest of the teams are there. But the spy cam does see this here coming from Harsh. He goes in for a couple of spray, but the entire side from Reckoning completely gets taken on towards A side here. Noble, what were they thinking? Making a rush towards C side. And because of that, that's going to be a free bomb plant and towards A side here, uncontested whatsoever. And this time, it is going to be Reckoning on the defense here, Shane.
Oh, they're going in with the Empress. He only manages to find the one. Sammy coming in with the operator for the retake here. Harsh up from heavens. He does manage to sometimes Rexy finds that, but Iron 2 is cleaning up. They're going to try and hold the defuse down. Makes it up. The Hunter almost going to get again. Hunter drops down. Out comes the blade from Iron 2. He goes charging. He's away 1v1 now. In comes Rio. He doesn't know that he's not keeping the defense in just yet. Does he have the time though? He does, and that will be the diffuse coming in from Noble at the end there. That was very messy from both teams, but Noble hold their calm, hold their nerve there, and that round win there is absolutely huge. Noble would have been going up against multiple map points, but instead they have a life, they have a way back into Haven right here, Icy.
Oh, that was a close call there from Noble here, going for the clutch there, but still, that was too safe to be called comfort there. But nevertheless, Reckoning, they have a rough idea what's going on here, but at the same time, this is going to be on them, as well as the economy-wise, from side Reckoning is still very, very much fulfilled here. As Noble, they have to continue this push here. Do they have another read? They cannot afford to make that kind of risky mistakes once again here. Sammy, with the operator, look at this, they do not have the economy to work with. Hika, what is he going to buy? They are going to be deciding what is going to be the key component of what they're going to be playing here. Because meanwhile, Reckoning, they've got a good read thus far. They baited a couple flash. They know how powerful the operator is up on Sammy as well. And can they keep up here? Because Ayan has been aggressive with his pushes here. With the Jet, he's been lurking in towards the shadows for quite some time, going for those kind of risky pushes and taking those kind of insane kills there. But Noble, they finally understood that, hey, we have to play the mind games. We have to play the strategy here. And so far, Reckoning, there's still advantages. But how long can they go here, Shade? What is going to happen here?
Well, I think Reckoning right now, if you've got any cheese strats that you're looking at, this is the time to pull it off here to try and sneak one round away and get yourselves onto map point. Looks like we're going to see a timeout called in, but Reckoning, huge props to them. I think they've done a fantastic job here on attack. Always kept Noble guessing. Even the last time around, Noble ended up going for that gamble towards the C site early on. Something that, in fact, Reckoning did during one of the rounds in the first half as well. So Noble, lucky that they managed to sneak that round back despite the early round gamble that they did go for, pretty much coming down to composure there at the end in that 2v2 and eventually the 1v1 situation to play the odds there, play their strengths and eventually see that round through. But that being said, there's still a lot of work to be done here for Noble Esports on defense. In comes the drone, and looks like Reina might want to follow up on that early on.
Oh, look at this. Sammy will open it up with the operator here, but a huge round from MW1. But unfortunately, misses the shot. Rio will go in for the punish, so that's going to be 4 for 4. However, Noble, they had the opening pick with the operator, but unfortunately to say, that's going to be a tough one here. Sammy, can he catch another one here? But running back has been used from a side Reckoning here. That's going to be second live, but that's going to be Teflon Mike taking down Rexy. So Reckoning, they are in a huge advantage. They're looking for more, so it's going to be 3v4 with Reckoning on the operator as well. And that's going to be Teflon Mike dying with his main body here, but the rest of the teams are there. Sammy going to go for the push as well, but they know there's one more up in Garage. Are they going to be checking here? But Free Fire is coming in from Reckoning. Is going to be there, but Ayan will find the right timing. Going for the pincer, and he takes him down. 2 down, and now last man standing is going to be a Cypher here, baiting for the defuse, but Harsh, he doesn't know he's looking at the wrong angle. Ayan will be creeping into his back sides here, but once again, another base comes in, but no! The wall bangs from Harsh will take him down, and that's gonna be Noble's dream on taking game 1. Still alive there, Shade.
Ooh, Ion Q coming in there with the backstab from the garage doors. Almost manages to see that through there, gets 2 kills, and unfortunately couldn't really get the final 3k to clutch things out. Well played though from Harsh there, holding his tool. Didn't really expose his body as much as well there on the site, able to pretty much peek only as much as he needs to win that duel out and eventually bring the defuse in. Noble, they get themselves onto double digits and just 1 round away now from leveling things back again. Back and forth, we keep going in map 1 here, I see.
It's got to be a close one here because it's all up to Sammy from the side and Noble to actually go in for the operator clutch. But meanwhile, Ayan, has been pulling the big guns all the way through here from Sir Reckoning here. But seems to me he got the big round of the previous round here. Unfortunately, he just does not have enough health to go in for the 1v1 finish here. However, as the nerves are getting to the players now, as this is going to be the final few rounds, the crucial ones for both of these teams here. As you can see, BRZ going to be looking to go in for a little bit of push towards Reckoning here, but nice firing wall coming in as they are going to be going for the push here. Nice flash comes in as well. He going to be looking around. He catches off a Yan Q. So that's going to be Noble taking a couple of man advantage here. There's going to be a bomb taken down as well as Noble going for a beautiful defense. 2v4 now. And Templon Mike, he's going to be panicking all the way back B. And that's going to be an easy one here. The Bates comes in, but MW1 will be taken down. And that's going to be Semi to finish the deal, making it 11-11. Oh my goodness. 11-11. Ladies and gentlemen here, we're down towards the final 4 rounds. Potentially overtime now, Shade. Whew. It's a close one here, Shade.
Well, that was Reckoning trying to pull a leaf out of the Noble playbook on attack, playing fast from mid towards B, something that we've seen, in fact, Noble do on multiple occasions in the first half. Reckoning trying to do the same there, leading up front with the Blaze Wall going up as well as the Flash, but it was pretty much Noble playing contact up in personal, winning the opening duel out and seeing things through. Looks like they're going to try and make a rush here towards Yong. They're trying to play contact there with the pistols, and Rex is able to put that Phantom to the face back through. The Dark Cloud gets a kill in, and that should pretty much be the attack stopping straight in its tracks. They only have the 2 up. NW going for the push in, almost catches the Sova out. He's trying to make his exit out of here, but he does a good job of hopping his way through, taking in a couple of bullets, but manages to keep his life intact. Reckoning still though need a miracle to try and make this round happen. Razor with the backstab, finding Harsh. Unfortunately, he's not able to recover the weapon back out. Instead, he's going to try and take this duel out onto Sammy, who wants to try and make this push, but don't think it's going to be the wise decision here if he does, in fact, end up doing so. Oh, the fake crowded step. He's going to try and bait him out.
One player remaining.
But Sammy pulls up the operator, takes one down, and that is all up to Razor. A miracle is what is needed. A miracle is not what he'll find. And with that, Noble get themselves onto map point. Who would have thought we would say that 5 minutes ago, I see.
Oh my goodness, here that was such a close one there. Here they try to go in for the exit frags here, just to try and deny those economy here, but this time it's gonna be match point up on Noble, and because of this, Reckoning they have to try all in their power to try and drop those economy. Unfortunately, it's not gonna be enough. Noble, they will get full buys all the way through. Reckoning, they are going to be forcing this round as well. They need this round and drag it to try and drag this into his overtime if they want to stand a chance here. But meanwhile, Noble, they're closing to taking this first game in this best of 3 series in this semifinals. My goodness, I did not expect this game to go in so neck and neck, but guess what? We're waiting for the right moment here, Sammy. It's going to be with the opening of the operator. Can he go in for the pick fire here? Unfortunately, Ayan will be taking the operator as well. Sammy going to be trying to go in for the punish here. He knows there's going to be people lurking in that vicinity. Unfortunately to say, Noble, they're playing it extremely slow. They have 1 minute, 20 seconds in towards the round. How will they take this here? Meanwhile,
Reckoning, they do decide to play this slow, and understandably so, considering map 1 is on the line here. Still all 10 players up, no one really taking any damage. Only Cyber Caging towards Long. In fact, defensive one, MW does spot him out, and he does manage to spot out at least a couple of players. Hunter Fury comes out, but they don't find the kill. Initially, Rexy manages to find Razor, does the dance around, and MW wins. Off to BRZ and all Reckoning across that was for, and in comes the push in. MW goes huge there at the end, and the Noble are the ones to take map number 1 on Haven. I did not see that happening, I see, especially after how strong Reckoning looked at the beginning of the second half there.
Yeah, that was a huge round here coming from MW1 here, baiting with the orb there, just sustaining his regeneration all the way through, tanks a couple of shots, baits them out of position, takes them down very convincingly as well. So that was a big round from MW1 from the side of Noble. Noble with the amazing comeback, taking this first game 30-11. My goodness, like I think we had a conversation about this early on, Shade here. Oh no, things are going to be extremely one-sided. It's going to be 2-0 all the way through. But guess what? This first game proved to be different for me because Noble, they had a great understanding of what was happening here, especially in the first 5 rounds. They lost 5 rounds in a row. They managed to make a comeback, tying to 5-1, making it neck and neck against Reckoning Esports. And I'm really liking how flexible and adaptable Noble played that round in game number 1.
Yeah, I was initially surprised by the fact that Reckoning got off to a good start and squandered a lot of it at the end of the first half. But I think the fact that they were able to constantly unlock the Noble defense time and again at the beginning of the second half, I thought we might be getting to see a little bit of those cracks showing in the Noble defense, considering they did not have their full first lineup. Instead, they're going be going in rather with MW1 as a stand-in. But boy, oh boy, didn't he step up. There was that crucial round as well, that 1v1 clutch into the diffuse coming in at the A site, clutch after clutch going in favor of Noble, and at the end there they were able to hold things down. Stellar defense at the C side to close things out, and they take a 1-0 lead in the first semi-final of Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare IC.
Yep, and coming to this game number 2 as well, in Veto, Noble Esports is going to be the one defending on Ascent here. So things are going to be a little bit different here, as the approach was slightly different in the map of Haven. But guess what? Both these teams, they went neck and neck against each other. But MW1, definitely, I agree with the Reyna pickup, which was I was a little bit skeptical, but he abused his hitbox perfectly well. I wouldn't say abuse. He played it so well that he understood that, hey, his HP is going to go up no matter what here. As long as they don't get a headshot, all I got to do is just bait at least the first 2 shots onto his body, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to regenerate all the way through, clutching that final round. That was a sick one for him. But nevertheless here, I really like how Sammy and MW1 played that entire game. The second half was beautiful. The first half was a little bit slow. It's all about understanding the what takes, what works, what does not work here. And time again, we see both these teams react to the plays mentally here, and we saw so many weird rotations coming from both Noble Esports and also Reckoning Esports, which was really unfortunate here. But that just shows you the intensity, the skill cap of both these teams playing in this semifinals. And I wasn't expecting it at all, but I'm really glad that we're able to witness some of these exciting moments here between both the best teams. I would say, I don't know if it's the best teams, but it looks to be one of the best teams out of this top 4 right now.
Yeah, I do believe we are in for a very long series here, I see. It was, in fact, Noble's map pick here on Haven. So I think Reckoning are not going to be all that worried. I think we saw it could have easily gone the other way, depending on the results of a couple of those clutch situations there towards the end. And going into Reckoning's map pick in Ascent, they're going to be looking to start strong as they did on Haven, but this time try and see things through over the finish line and try and force a decider on Bind. Else it will be Noble booking their slot as the first finalist team here in the tournament. I am Shadeslayer. That is IC Baby 1-2. If you're tuning in, don't forget to hit that share button. Share it with at least 3 of your friends and stand a chance of walking away with excitement. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare. I'm Shadeslayer. Joining me, my partner in crime, IC Baby 12. IC, what are your thoughts on map 1 that we just witnessed on Haven?
Well, honestly, for those of you just watching at home, if you not watch game 1, be sure to watch back the replays today, because game 1 was an insane round. And for those of you just coming in, don't watch game 1 now. Watch game 2, because this is by far the best matchup that I can think of here between both Noble Esports and also Reckoning Esports playing in this game number 2, with Noble Esports taking a very, very close game 1. 13-11 on the screen here. Like I said, I'm looking forward to see how game 2 is going to be happening as well, because as of now, I can see on the chats as well, everyone is just chanting Reckoning, going to be chanting Noble as well. Stay Noble, hashtag Stay Noble, of course, putting down in the comments as well. And it's going to be extremely tough here, because like it or not, all these teams compete in the semifinals. Yeah. All four being Reckoning, Far Esports, xCeed, and also Noble Esports. They have not lost a single round in the qualifiers, and now the first team to take the first loss is going to be Reckoning Esports, but it was a pretty close one. We might see all game 3 all the way through in this first series here, Shade, and I don't know, game 2, Ascent here, it's tough here.
Yeah, I mean, map 1 could have gone either way. There was a lot of back and forth. We saw, in fact, Reckoning starting off very strong. And then we're seeing Noble make a comeback, in fact, evening things up 6-6 at the end of the first half. There was Reckoning who started super strong. It did look like at one point of time that Reckoning was pretty much just going to straight away run away with map number 1. But Noble, on the back of clutch after clutch after clutch, are able to claw their way back in and take those crucial rounds that mattered. Let's have a quick look at the scorecard of how things look like at the end of that first map. I do expect there to see some familiar faces up at top. We did see a couple of standout performances, and I think Sammy there with the operator by far stepped up huge for Noble Esports. IC.
Yeah, and based on the rounds here, Sammy pulling it really big here. Look at this. He's got 27 kills, but his econ rating has been really, really terrible. Like almost every single round, he's pretty much bought. Even in the pistol rounds as well, he's forced shares all the way through. But understanding that he's so mechanically skilled, and he's, I would say, very confident in this game. It's game number 1. He actually forced every single round. Despite all that, he was able to get an average combat score of 293 here, with for 9 first bloods throughout the entirety of game number 1, having a KPR of 1.12 per round. 1 kill per round with a force round, regardless of eco, regardless of pistols, all the way through. And we've seen a couple of insane shares from Sammy as well. We saw the one down in sewer short here and towards a site, and a couple of backstabs here coming from Sammy was just huge ones all the way from Sammy. So it's no surprise he's the MVP. I'm really liking how it goes, but at the same time, let's talk about who the second potential MVP. Okay, the runner-up here, it might have been a Yan Q from the side of Reckoning for me, based off game 1's performance here, Shade.
Yeah, and he came up huge for Reckoning. It was a little unlucky there towards a couple of those rounds at the end of map number 1, where if the timing worked out a little better, especially the one round where we did have Reckoning on an eco and he had the Blade Storm out, unfortunately, going with the backstab, unfortunately wasn't really able to catch anyone out from Noble before they got the plant in at the A site. He also managed to get the 2K, bring it down to a 1v1 on the C site, which he couldn't clutch out as well. So a couple of those rounds, if IonQ was able to make things happen a little bit more, I think he would have seen Reckoning over the finish line. But I'm super excited about MW1. He last minute stand-in coming in for Noble Esports. He's stepped up huge for them, 21, 17, and 7 with an average combat score of 271, 3 first bloods, and a KPR of 0.88. I think he has stepped in and delivered exactly what Noble wanted him to. Hika coming in with 15 frags, Harsh 14, Rexy 13, all of them stepping up and chiming in towards what was a very close map 1 win. Teflon Mike had a very good start. In fact, along with Razor during the first half, BRZ, time and again, we did see that 2-man spray down coming in from him as well from A-Link, but towards the second half, especially towards the end, kind of, I think, faded away there at the end. Too much was expected from IonQ to deliver, and they fall a little bit short, but I think there is a lot of room for Reckoning to improve as we gonna head into their map pick. But before that, let's have a look at a couple of the individual player head-to-head stats to see how some of these players performed, Dicey.
Yeah, but seeing how the game progresses as well, I really like how both the teams are pretty close, neck and neck as well. But let's take a look at the players that's coming from both these teams here, as we're going to talk a little bit more on how the actually game, the breakdown of how game 1 actually happened here as well. And like I said, it's going to be the matchup between IonQ and Semi as well, the 2 strongest players coming from both these teams, both Noble and also Reckoning Esports. And seeing they're both these individual players, right? Like, we think about it, Sammy has been super, super aggressive the entirety of the game from Noble Esports. He's the one just forcing every single round, catching Reckoning all the way through here. But at the same time, it's a high-risk, high-return strategy that Sammy has played from the side of Noble Esports, which Reckoning Esports has not been able to punish this time and time again here. And they were the ones that initially were the aggressors, especially coming from a Yanq playing on the Jet here as well, on top of the Omen player coming from Reckoning Esports. But based on both these teams here, we know that both teams have very, very similar playstyles, very, very similar strategies installed. The only difference that they switched up was pretty much having the Jet for the mobility, and also the Reyna as a replacement for the Phoenix matchup. So both teams had very, very similar ideology, but both teams lacked one thing, which is blockage or entry denial skills here. In this case, back then we had the Sage walls, we had Molotovs to actually work with here, and I think that those are extremely important. Try and delay or buy time, especially like a big map like Heaven, in this regards. But the decisions that Reckoning took was, hey, we were going to take the Phoenix here. The Molotov is going to be able to buy us some time. Unfortunately, it just didn't exactly work out. And Noble Esports, they understood this as well. And there were so many moments where you saw that, oh crap, Reckoning Esports, they pushed up so far back. Noble Esports backed all the way towards far back side to try and regroup the team and then retake the site, just because they know that there's no point contesting. They have no entry denials here. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, on the screen, we are going to be witnessing game 2 very, very shortly here. The teams are in the lobby. We are going to be heading into its ascent very, very shortly here, Shade.
Yeah, before we head into that, I want to talk a little bit about Sammy there, a little bit more. We did see 9 first bloods taken, and you did say he was going for a lot of these high-risk, high-reward plays, and it has worked out on multiple occasions, giving Noble that early man advantage. And like you said, Reckoning haven't really been able to punish it very hard up on Haven. And that is going to be something that they're going to be aware of moving into Ascent here as well, to try and ensure that Noble doesn't really get away with some of these hyper-aggressive plays. We did see Sammy, in fact, that one round where he moved up with the Jet, with the Operator, almost into 4 agents up at C-Long, but he was still pretty much able to tailwind straight out of there as his teammate buys distraction. So those are the kind of plays that Reckoning will be looking to punish. Maybe a slight readjust in the strategy as well. They tried to do pretty much what Noble did, that is play hyper-aggressive early round. And I think after a point of time, Noble kind of read that happening a little too often, and they pretty much had the defense in play. We saw multiple times Reckoning pretty much walking into a crossfire setup on the side, not really in a position to disengage back out, having committed all in very early, and they pretty much just had to go with the play and hope that they get the frags needed while keeping the numbers up, which wasn't the case. So a couple of places there for Reckoning to look out, and small little things to readjust to ensure that they do stay in the tournament, because now their backs against the wall here, Reckoning one map away from getting eliminated here in the semifinals.
Yeah, and speaking of which as well, there are a couple points I really want to point out as well, especially in that final half, sorry, the second half and first round as well, where Noble Esports, they started to actually read the play styles and also the movements coming in from a Yanq here, the MVP from side of Team Reckoning, just because of how he's been extremely effective in his lurks. He catches people off guard in those unpredictable timings, which takes too long to come online, because he will just sit at a really, really weird angle for a really, really long time, and people would not expect him to be there. And he comes in and gets a couple kills here. And there are a few rounds that Noble Esports knows this is actually happening, and they went in for the aggressive plays, leaving a Yanq all the way so far for a retake, where they just lost the entire site because Yanq was lurking, hoping to go for this kind of picks here. So it's all comes down to the understanding of their movements, understanding of the decisions here, which I feel that based on Game 1's performance, Noble Esports, they definitely had a better understanding in adapting, better understanding of reading the entire gameplay as well, as compared to Reckoning. They were struggling to hold their horses here, where do they play with the momentum or do we play the players here? In this case, right now, they're stuck in a situation where do we outplay Semi, or do we pick on the weaker teams here, or do we pick on a couple of huge ones here? Because in Game 1's performance, we saw how Reckoning, they were so aggressive in C-side. They had, I think it was Rio and Razor on the, it was Razor on the Omen, pushing super aggressively all the way out of C, at least 3 to 4 rounds, which eventually led to a punish all the way through from Noble Esports, especially about Hika, to kind of shut down his momentum, shut down his confidence a little bit here, which he sort of respected here. And ever since that play, and I believe in the first half of the first round, where Hika was kind of in a situation where, you know what, I'm able to shut Razor out. Okay, Razor, he was aggressive for 5 rounds straight. After that, he was so far all the way back. He never showed his aggressors here and his aggression all the way through. And because of that, Noble Esports was able to get away with a lot of these pushes, a lot of these punishes here, because of how far back I think Razor was from the side of Reckoning as well. And it was so much that is actually happening throughout all the 20 maps. But eventually, it came down to final moments, right? Like it came down, it could have been anyone's games. Like it all came down to adapting, outplaying the chess pieces, the pieces, what takes, what does not take in that regards. And seeing how Game 1 went, I can't wait to see how Game 2 happened. But considering that they have took some time to figure it out, what's going to be played next, and it might have affected their momentum in this regards. But hopefully it's not going to be too much of a big difference here, because eventually it comes down to whether or not who takes the first 10 rounds, how well they play the first 10 rounds, and how much information can we keep from the first 10 rounds, especially from the side of Noble. Remember that Sammy did not pull his operator out until like round 15, round 13. That's where things got out of control. Reckoning was not expecting the operator to be picked up rather early as well.
Yeah, we talked a lot about Sammy. Let's talk about another player that stepped up massive here for Noble Esports. It's MW1. Let's have a look at his head-to-head stats versus Teflon Mike. I think MW1, again, one of those players that started off a little slow, but he got in some huge rounds there at the end, had a crucial part to play in that last round clutch coming out as well. 3 first bloods, 21 frags. Teflon Mike, he did get 17 frags in, but kind of faded away there towards the end of that second half, Icy Baby.
Yeah, speaking of this as well, both these teams have very, very similar play styles, right? I think Teflon Mike on the first game, he was playing the Phoenix here. MW1 was playing the Reyna. Both have very, very similar mechanics in terms of fighting, taking a fight here. One goes in for flash, one can heal, one has to run it back here. But whereas MW1, he understands his hitbox a little bit better from compared to Teflon Mike, just because of how the Reyna played here. But based on previous patches here, we know Reyna is kind of most useless duelist just because of how limited it actually contributes to the team. But as a meat shield, it's a different story. Like as a frontline tank, it's a different story here because his hitbox, as long as you do not get a headshot and he kills you, he's going to be able to take multiple fights all the way through, which we saw MW1 clutch his way through, taking 3 fights at a time, 3 people shooting him, and he was just soaking up regeneration, just baiting a couple shots all the way through. So in terms of hitbox control and movements here, I think MW1 has a better shot in that regards, whereas Teflon Mike plays a little bit different here, where he provides the utilities for the team to try going for the push, which he does it so well. But unfortunately to say, he, as a hero-wise, there's just only so much he can do. And especially the incendiary-wise as well, do you use it to heal yourself? Or do you use it to zone off a part of the map? And it's so hard to make those kind of crucial decisions here. Whereas Arena, you can get away with a lot of mistakes more. But nevertheless here, enough of us casters talking. I know you got what you guys are waiting for here, ladies and gentlemen here. This is going to be game 2 between Noble Esports and Reckoning Esports here. Whew, in the map and said, Shade, this is going to be a crazy match here. Let's take a look at the pistol rounds here, Shade.
Well, we have the boombot coming out right off the bat, the drone out as well from Rexy, spots out at least one player there towards courtyard. We have a Hika playing in all the way back up on the B site as we do have Reckoning on the attack, taking early control of mid, and we see the paint shells going in all the way back towards spawn. I think it did make decent bit of connection there. Jet, we see, has dropped dangerously low already. Through, aiming there, peek through, but looks like they're not coming in with the spike just yet, looking for those early pick-offs. But Noble playing hyper defensive here, pretty much giving up full control of mid, and that is going to send
30 seconds left.
Coming back in towards B main, a push coming in. There is the waves as well as the Sova here. Shells or decent bit of damage, but they're pushed through back outside. What can she do? Long range with the frenzy. Summer with that. You're with the second one as well. Hika, you're also going to be able to do that with the frenzy from
10
that
seconds
range.
left.
But he finally gets out. Respond back. Huge. Harsh able to
Spike
neutralize the jet there. But the push already coming in from MW1. Follows the player out. The
player
tag begins. The 2-man push, and now it's all down to the Omen. The defuse is already coming in. They just need to stay alive. Teflon needs to go and face off, but Harsh buys time, bites his moment, gets the pistol in favor of Noble.
Oh, that was a really tough call there coming from Reckoning Esports. They panicked their way through. They waited so long to go in for the push, and they got punished so heavily with the race needs there, which bought so much time. And as soon as the bomb plant went as well, it did not help Hika at all in those kind of situations here, just because of how the bomb plant was actually set for a far back B. And that was so nerve-wracking. And I don't blame them for making a little bit of simple mistakes in the bomb placements here, but it was a really tough call to make here. They had to make the bomb plant as soon as they can because the time was of the essence here. And I feel like definitely Noble played it really well. So they take first game, that's gonna be a huge one. However, Hika pushing very aggressively here, catches one all the way from far B, and that's gonna be Rio taken down from Reckoning as well. Another shot here coming from MW1 as well, as they are gonna be pushing down Sean, but now the tripwire goes over the information, but MW1 with another one. He gets 2, he gets 3, he's looking for more, but nope, Hika will be the one to seal the kill away, and that's gonna be 2-0 in the hands of Noble Esports.
Well, they played the perfect switch and bait there towards Garden. They pull them in, coming in through catwalk, the cyber cage down. They just walk in one by one. They line up for MW1 to get himself 3 frags there in that anti-eco. Noble off to a very strong start there. Talking about round 1, of course, Ray's huge play there towards the B side. Massive amounts of damage with the paint shell, followed up by 2 kills with the frenzy from the back of side, setting up Noble to take that pistol. we do see Sammy here, presence in towards A-Link, but it's not gonna try and push the Dark Cloud here just yet, as Reckoning take early control of Courtyard. The push through, that's a risky play there from MW, but considering he only had the Spectre, I think he's pretty much forced to play aggressive with the SMG, and he comes out on top. 4v4, no reason here for Reckoning to force this. I think with the numbers, Sammy, ooh, the opportunity just goes whizzing by. Jet is super low, so unless they're able to use her to her full potential, this is almost likely gonna, almost certainly down to a 3v4 for all intents and purposes. We see a rotation already coming in towards spawn, as Mike is setting up for the A hit here as they make their way through catwalk. They're coming in. Harsh is able to spot out with the spike, and he's going to drop back down. What can Sammy do from Garden? The cyber cage goes off, but a second too late. He does lay into Rio, and Harsh on the side with the Spectre finds one. Can he isolate? The second he can, he drops the spike in as well. That leaves the Jet all alone in a 1v4. Stellar defense coming in yet again from Noble.
10 seconds left.
Oh, what a play there coming from Harsh and Semi, buying time for each other here. Harsh would have lost there if Sami did not go in for the push, and that's going to be Noble Esports taking the third round as well, and that's going to be another few potential rounds coming in, but still, nevertheless, great push there coming from Sami to slow the aggression that Reckoning was actually pushing down towards Cat, and because of that, Harsh was able to make a really huge clutch with the Spectre on top of that, taking two kills all by himself here, and dropping them, and on top of that with the spy dart to give the information as well. So Noble had so much information to work with, and because of that they will take the win. However, look at this, both teams playing exact mirror image of agents here.
But it does look like it's gonna be a force through to his teammate, and then it's gonna get mowed down. MW1, mow him down, reel him in. 4K again. That's gonna look pretty on the scorecard, I see.
What? That was an almost ace by MW1. That was the quickest round in Valorant tournament here. And what was that? Hello? You can't do that in semifinals.
Hold
What?
mouse 1. Hold down mouse 1. That's the name of the game here. As it was at the end of the day an anti-eco, so it was Reckoning pretty much just charging in, but MW able to make the most of it. The first through. IonQ cannot respond quickly, and again it is Noble this time around playing so hyper aggressive at the beginning of the round, but from the defender's side, look at it, they've taken control of Courtyard, they're still walking in. They're gonna walk into a slaughter here, they walked in. Luckily, Ray is able to trade that back in. Sammy drops Razor though, and now it's down to a 3v2, a man advantage for Noble here. IonQ has been spotted out here, trying to make his way towards the A side, while Raze is gonna continue to hold in towards Pizza. He's all alone with the operator, already picked up very early. That could go into the hands of Noble given the opportunity, but Mike steps up big there, drops Harsh, give them a realistic chance of taking this back. We haven't seen the spike planted in just yet, but we see the showstopper. Block Seek out of the skies there.
30 seconds left.
And
The
with that,
showstopper
the
was
spike goes
stopped. Oh my goodness, that was a crucial one. And he clutches for the team. What a flick. What was that? Oh my god, Shade. That was disgusting. Oh my god.
Well, Raze, where is the party? IonQ plucks her out of the skies. No party for you, no showstopper. That was pretty much done and dusted right there. But IonQ pretty much picking up the pace from where he left things off on Haven, was by far the standout performer for Reckoning Esports. He steps up huge here to give them the first round. That looked highly unlikely. That was another round done and dusted for Noble, but Reckoning showing us that they're made of steel. They step up big there with the clutch and now have a chance of clawing their way back into the first half here.
Uh-oh. Speaking of which, look at this. MW1, he's got an operator for himself. So that's going to be the reply here as Noble will be switching up the ops here. And MW1 seems to be popping off here. It's going to be on fire here. Meanwhile, Reckoning is going to lose one in the back here. Moment, going to be popping the smokes here. As you can see, Sammy is going to be playing a little bit defensively here, but YNQ pushing so far mid here. BRZ will catch up Sammy down towards Cat. And that's going to be him taken down here now. The spy cam is going to be, the Neuron Theft is going to be there to reveal the positions of where all Noble are. In this case, they see them all. ANQ looking for a pickoff. Showstopper is there, but ANQ catches MW1 through the wall, looking for another one. He gets to. Now, the Showstopper is there to try and catch one more, but
30 seconds left.
He will leak all the way far mid. And because of this, Noble, they are going to be separated here. Meanwhile, Hika, they will find BRZ down towards mid. But Rexy is going to try and make a run for it here. Try and save the Phantom. Meanwhile, it's going to be 2v3 with a Yan kill on that operator here. And they're looking to damage the economy on Reckoning here. Seems to be Hika. They are going to be making a play for this. But they heard all this movement. Look at this. Razor is flowing in vain. He sees him. He goes for a shot. He gets one. He's looking for a second. And he gets both of them. And that will be Noble down. Reckoning taking 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, bait and switch there. Classic defense move as Reckoning get their second round on the board again, thanks to IonQ fearlessly walking up all the way from Courtyard into Pizza with that operator, plucking 2 players out. That was the Blade Storm coming in down the drain as well.
Let's flush them
very early on for Noble, as IonQ is going hot with the operator early on. A very good sign for Reckoning Esports here, I see.
Yep. At the same time as well, MW1 proving himself why he's on the leaderboards here, top 100 all the way through, just stepping up for this round. However, the teams are coming in. As you can see, the attackers Reckoning going to be pushing down towards B here. The tunnels are pretty much all conceded here, but Boombot comes in, going for the check. Hika, he reveals his position down towards Suicide. But at the same time, it's going to be a long walk towards Cat down there. But the bombs are going to be checking every single corner. The nades are coming back as well. So that's going to be their reply. But once again, they know exactly where they are. Yankil not going to be able to get those pick off here. So that's going to be the Sova repositioning himself to try and going for this take here. At the same time, Sammy off the kill feed will take down BRZ. So that's going to be Neuron Tap available. But Yankil will pick Hika over aggressive there. But look at this. Everyone gets scouted out here. And Noble, they're going to be repositioning themselves here. They know exactly what's happening, but nope! MW1 will take down a Yankil. That's gonna be a beautiful headshot. That's gonna be a second one, and MW1.
30 seconds left.
What a player! But eventually will bow out to Teflon Mike.
Well, I think he pushes luck a little too much there at the end. But what a wonderful counterplay coming in from Noble. IonQ was holding the angle down for ages. The paint shell comes in, forces him off the
10
angle.
seconds
Just
left.
enough time for the
One
floor to
player
go through. They
remaining.
missed the first shot. IonQ able to punish the initial aggression, but
planted.
it was Noble stepping up. It's down to 1v2. Rexy coming in. They're already made their way out through main here. They're playing in deep. What's Rexy gonna be able to do? He's got absolutely no skills available. The Hunter's Fury comes off. Actually gives a huge opportunity here to try and clutch this out. He's gonna try and stick the first half of the defuse in. In comes the recon bolt and almost enough distraction to get the kill in. Perfect pulse plant play here. He's not gonna expose himself up for the kill. He's gonna have to try and stick this. He will eventually get the kill, and does he have the time? Patience is gonna pay off for Rexy. Oh, the cat and mouse there at the end. Rio needed another half a second at least, but Rexy, Mr. Cool, Calm, Collected, sticks it out and gets the clutch in for Noble. 5-2. Reckoning are gonna feel gutted.
Oh, Rio, he played it so well. It was his game to win, but he overextended his pick. Gets punished by Rexy. Oh, he thought he would have been a done deal right there, but oh my, he was so raw. But nevertheless, here, Noble, they will still take another point in the back here. Reckoning they will lose the lead, but they hate to find some sort of place here. Yanq will be playing the Jet here, but look at this aggressive pushes here with Razor pushing up towards high ground, but at the same time, no one's pushing up to the short here. Semi not gonna be able to check this angle, but the drone is there to try to scout him out. But nice push over there, and Razor will get a pick out towards MW1. But unfortunately, the retraits are gonna be there, and that's gonna be Noble Esports revealing the positions here. Meanwhile, Reckoning all exposed in the middle here. The Hunter Spirit is there. He's looking to scout us out, but he's gonna try and buy time for Sammy to actually push towards Catwalk, but no information whatsoever here. But nevertheless, Reckoning, they have to play this slow because BRZ is lurking into his A side, and you can see the Cypher, they have the spy cam available, but unfortunately doesn't see anything yet. BRZ trying to find any sort of movements here. Unfortunately, there's nothing yet. 40 seconds on the clock, but you can see they're going to be setting up towards B here. Meanwhile, Reckoning, they are going to force their way in towards A side. They heard those movements. Sammy's going to be in towards short as well.
30 seconds
And this is
left.
going to be a tough one here. Smokes comes in. They're looking close enough, but at the same time, Sammy's going to go in for a pre-fire. Blind smoke shot. He gets the job done, and he somehow manages to defend this here. 20 seconds on the clock. The bomb is ticking. The clock is ticking. Who's going to be setting out a bomb here? Rio will be planting eventually here.
Spike
But the
planted.
Boombot scouts nothing here. Here comes the walls. But look at this. The nades are coming in. Hika will clap onto his BRC. The Yankee looking for a huge one. He gets one. Unfortunately, he doesn't seem to connect everyone. But Noble will successfully take this site. My goodness.
Well, patient play there from Reckoning. They leave it to they get themselves onto the side, but they needed a little bit more out of that Blade Storm there. Goes aggressive at the edge of that Dark Cloud, trying to force the issue, but Noble like coming in with the numbers from Rafters, and eventually just straight up able to overwhelm the Jet there, get themselves the 6th round on the board, and Reckoning. I think they might just be running out of gas here. I mean, it is still very early days, but they need to turn things around here. They are facing elimination with Noble having taken map number 1 in the first semi-final here, but early presence again towards B lobby. They're making their way down. In fact, A lobby, and they're going towards A main yet again. It's just Cypher here at the back. Blast packs used up. In comes the showstopper as well. Looks like he's not going to be able to find much here. Rexy is able to pick off too. Oh no, Reckoning. They try and make a gamble play here. Looks like they might just get the fight down as Hurt makes his way in, gets one, gets two, almost the third. And Cypher is going to be left alive at least for the defuse. They tap at the moment. Arch gets the third. Yep, that should be the spike defuse coming in.
Oh, that was a beautiful attempt there coming from Reckoning Esports. They tried to abuse the showstopper. They even tried to go in for the Ayan special, the double jump shotty with the Jet here. Unfortunately, a beautiful flash. Look at this. Look at the replay. Okay, never mind. There's no replay of the flash, but at the same time, Sammy with a huge flash to start things off, to blind him off, to prevent the showstopper from ever connecting on the team from the side of Noble. That was a beautiful flash coming from Sammy to be able to open things up. But at the same time as well, huge rounds, kudos towards Noble Esports. But valiant attempt for Reckoning here, try and build up a little bit of economy. But this time, they have to make a comeback now. If not, it's going to be game over for them. Because Noble, they are leading 7-2. But meanwhile, MW1, as soon as I say it, he gets one. MW, he gets another. Oh my god.
Mid presence, I think, is something that Noble have played wonderful so far. They've always kept Reckoning guessing. We did see Reckoning push up aggressive towards the backside of mid, in fact, in a couple of rounds, but they've never really been able to guess where Noble are playing from towards that mid area, and the MW1 just waits for that perfect opportunity to go in on the aggressive. A couple of pickoffs towards Catwalk, and he gets 2 early frags. The 2-man advantage here for Noble, as they pretty much have to force themselves towards the A side. By the looks of things, the cyber cage goes down, and they've come in with the numbers already. This is going to be hard, but an opening duel going the way of Teflon might make things interesting here. Harsh, they don't know of his aggressive position so far. Gets the position of wonderfully done all on his own. He spots the player as well. Beautiful headshot coming in from Harsh. Bites this time. He knew exactly what he was going to do there. Spike should get diffused in there. Noble just steamrolling so far up on Ascent.
Oh, great use here of the spy cam to actually disrupt the defense coming from Reckoning here. Because of that, he was able to get two really nice headshots here. So beautiful stuff coming from Noble Esports. But because of this, they are going to be leading in game number 2 here in this first half. However, Reckoning not looking too slim here, as they are in a lot of trouble here, because Harsh pulling a big one for the team as well coming from Noble Esports. Meanwhile, MW1. Who is this guy? Because like he's been popping off from both games, and in this game, what was that? Like why would you pick so aggressively, and how can you let that go away? How can you let him slide off as if nothing ever happened? Whew. But nevertheless, the game continues 8-2. This time, Reckoning will be forced to go on the defense here. Meanwhile, Yankyu will be forcing a couple of shotguns just here. Very interesting plays, as you can see. They're looking to go for the drop with the jet here with the shorties, but unfortunately, Scott doesn't seem to find those angles here. MW1 will be holding the operators here. He's going to be on default, holding a little bit too far off. He hears the drone, immediately hides himself here. Doesn't want to redo his position. He goes for the pick. He gets the job done. BRZ, nicely done here. Hunter's Fury is there to try and slow him down, but Paranoia is there as well. But here he comes. He waits for the right moment in the near side. He catches a Yankyu. Here's him. He gets the triple, and that's going to be a flawless run from Noble. MW1. Patience from him. Ooh, la 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 la. Shade.
That was actually the quad for MW1. He manages to get an early pick in towards A-Link and then falls back in towards default, and he picks up 3 kills there as well. What an absolute monster on the operator there. Just picking players one by one. We see the Hunter's Fury come out, and doesn't really phase him. He just tucks himself into the cubby there and just buys his time, picks them apart one by one, piece by piece, and Noble Esports are bringing the fight to Reckoning here. And so far, Reckoning has no answers whatsoever. Looks like they're going to take early control of Catwalk. We did see early aggression come in from MW1. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out. I do believe this time around it's from Noble. He can line him up. Oh, he finds only one to be able to be
out of my way.
At mid, able to punish IonQ. A couple of times he was able to get away with aggression at mid, but not this time around. Noble seen this play. They've seen the playbook. They're not going to fall for that yet again. Unless almost happened, but Sammy, they were just bait for him, as Sammy from the back side is
switching sides.
10-2 at first, which double digits already. Noble Esports, it's a walk in the park so far for them, I see.
Oh, that was a huge round by Sammy, man. Like, as soon as they lost control of B side, Sammy immediately popped his ultimate, went all the way far back B, and went in for the flank. And Reckoning did not expect that at all, because considering they've cleared every single angles here, Sammy waited for a couple of moments here. He caught them everyone off guard. From the side of Reckoning here, he just mows them down just like that. So that was a beautiful play there coming from Sammy. However, Noble, they are 10-2 now. Reckoning, they seem to have lost their momentum here, but hopefully things are going to be a-okay. Meanwhile, this is going to be potentially the second half of the round. This time, Reckoning will be on the attacker side. On the defending side, and Noble will be on the attacking side here. Meanwhile, BRZ, can they defend against this here? They have to make a comeback here. BRZ lurking around towards Whites. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to land those headshots, and he gets punished. Oh my goodness. That is just so sad.
Big whip. He managed to keep his position hidden there towards Wine, but he finds
Spike
absolutely nothing as he gets taken out. Hika with a huge aggressive play there. Iron Q, lucky that he manages to hold on to his life. They're coming in as two towards Raptors, and Rexy just about buying time. Is gonna the backstab coming in fact,
enemy remaining.
Rexy through the scaffolding, finds one, and it's all down to the Omen here. 1v2, the crossfire is set up pretty contacted to get the job done, and it does. Hika goes huge, and with the pistol under the bag, Noble just a couple of rounds away from sealing the deal and booking their spot in the grand finals.
Oh my goodness, here like Noble, they are so close to that the grand finals. Can they can literally smell it here with MW1 with a huge one, replacing I believe Psy here was like it was like we were debating whether or not does he adapt with the team, but guess what? He's stepping up in Psy's shoes all the way through, and Noble, can they keep this up here? Because as of now, they're one step closer. As you can see, 11-2 with the well, the force Marshall from the side of Yankee, hoping to get a couple shots in, but you can see the drones are being baited out. But at the same time, can he go for the pick? Yankee doesn't seem to connect here. MW1 will be forcing with the Spectre. He's going to go in for the punish. He cuts it a little bit off here, but at the same time, all the way from Marcus, they do see another one coming in, but MW1 with the patience backs off, respects this here, and forcing Reckoning to rotate towards B side. And because of this, immediate reactions from the side of Noble, pushing towards A side and leaving Sammy leaving Teflon Mike all by himself, and he gets taken down. What a beautiful execution coming in from Noble here, Shade.
Well, that was the Jet alone spotting 3 players towards the B side. They knew what was up. Immediately switch their way around, heading towards
One
the
enemy
A side.
remaining.
Rexy there cleans up onto Razor, and this round is down the drain so fast. Wonderful play there by the Jet, using the pretty much using the cloud, using
Match
that
point.
tailwind to get her way out. 8 HP, but she manages to keep her life intact while getting all the information off that A stack in, allowing Noble to walk in towards B side, rather, the stack on the B side, walk towards the A side. They get the round. They have 10 match points coming up here. Reckoning, they need a fairy tale, miraculous comeback if they are to stay in Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare. For all the viewers tuning in, don't forget to hit that share button. Share it with at least 3 of your friends and stand a chance of getting some amazing giveaways. But right now, Noble, they don't want to give away the lead just yet. They're walking in. They want to done and dusted right here,
Spike
right now.
planted.
Harsh finds the opener. Is this the beginning of the end? 5v3. They have to fight down, and the odds stacked heavily against Reckoning Esports here. Iron Q finds one onto
enemy
5. It's
remaining.
going to be the upgrade, I believe, onto the Phantom. MW1 on the chase. The last straw here, the last man alive. Iron Q to try and do it all. His position given away. They're going to triple take him in.
No one
and
escapes
close
my
things up.
sight.
Attackers win.
Noble Esports are your first grand finalist of Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare. Map 1 was a back and forth, super tight affair, but Map 2 was in absolute contrast to that. It was a landslide with Noble Esports all the way.
Wow, Noble Esports. I did not expect MW1 to pull a huge round in game number 2. But guess what? There's a reason why he's top 100 in the APAC region, and he's just proven to us why he was one of the best players here. And we were doubting this roster switch, but at the same time, guess what? We were so wrong on the casters here. It seems to me we are going to be experiencing the casters curse, but nevertheless, that is going to be Noble Esports' performance here in the first semi-final series here with taking 2-0 against Reckoning Esports. But at the same time, they will be our first finalists, and we will be witnessing them tomorrow in the grand finals for the best of 5 series here. And of course, for those of you guys watching at home, I know you guys are chanting here. Is it going to be Noble? Is it going to be Reckoning here? But all things considered, it is going to be Nobles here. And we gotta, we have to make a voting system somehow, vote for your favorite team, because we are going to be giving a couple prize pools away to the most favorite teams from you guys. And you guys decide who is going to be our favorite team coming in from tomorrow and who is going to be the favorite MVP. I would say for tomorrow's matchup, the favorite player into our entire tournament here. And right now, I'm hearing from the chats. I'm looking through the chats as well. I'm seeing Sammy. I'm seeing MW1. And who... This might be the two potential candidates for our best player in this entire tournament. But nevertheless, that is the first semi-final series here. Shade, looks like we have another interesting one here. Do you think we will have a second semi-finals to match up with our first semi-finals?
Well, I think it's going to take a lot to try and match up to that game one, map one that we witnessed on Haven. I think we saw a little bit of everything. We saw a beautiful structured defense. We saw well orchestrated attacks. We saw chaos in as well towards the final few rounds. We saw some huge individual plays to try to swing the game eventually in Noble's favor, despite IonQ setting up big in map one. But map two, like you said, it was a landslide of a win. I think MW1, coming into this match, he had some big shoes to fill, of that of Sai, but I think he has pretty much answered the critics as best as he could have. He pretty much lets his operator do all the talking there. Aggressive plays all the way around, up at mid, up towards the mid rafters, towards the push coming in towards A, playing up at default. He was everywhere in that map on Ascent, and rightfully so. Noble just dominate from start to finish, and we'll walk through to the finals. With that, we'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with the scorecard and a couple of the player head-to-heads as well to see how this second map on Ascent played out. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. That was a pretty hyped up series that we just got to witness, but at the end of it, it will be Noble Esports taking out Reckoning Esports and moving on to the grand finals tomorrow. I'm Shadeslayer. Joining me is IC Baby 1-2. IC, that was contrasting two maps that we got to see here today.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to see more coming from Noble Esports the grand finals here. But nevertheless, Reckoning, they put up a really, really good fight in game number 1 here. Unfortunately, game number 2, it felt like they weren't ready for the MW1 hype train in this regards, because where did this guy come from here? Because game number 1, we had a little bit small snippet here from production saying that, hey, this guy is top 100 in APAC for a reason here. Game number 1, Semi was the one popping off all the way through here. MW1 was very consistent with all the runs here. But game number 2, he was an absolute monster. Like, what was the games here? Like, Semi MW1, I feel like is the strongest combo that I can think of in this tournament here in the Valorant Warfare presented by Playtonia. Nevertheless, here, for those of you who missed up in the first series here, let's take a look into the scores from map number 2 on what exactly happened in the previous games here, as we're going to be jumping into the scorecards for you guys here. Shay, take it away.
Well, I do expect to see the switcheroo up here. It was Sammy who was up top, but this time around it is the MW1 show. 21 kills up top. This guy is an absolute monster. Early round as well, early in the half as well, and then turning up with the operator. It was a mobile operator as well. We saw him play defensive up towards mid. We saw an aggressive stance towards mid, and then we saw him switch up towards the A site as well. He was everywhere, and that, I think, level of uncertainty for Reckoning was what ended up catching them off guard. And at some point of time, I'm sure their confidence would have taken a pretty darn big hit, seeing the fact that that operator was literally everywhere. 21, 6 and 3 on the Jet, 102 econ rating, 387 combat score, KPR of 1.46 for his bloods. This man absolutely destroyed Reckoning Esports on Ascent. Hika stepping up big as well, along with Harsh, 14 kills each. Almost mirror stats, including a KPR of 0.93 for both. 232 combat rating, Rexy on 12. Sammy, a slightly more subdued performance from him, but he didn't really even need to step up there. There was no opportunity with the MW1 pretty much hogging up all the kills on the server. INQ again, as expected,
This is quite surprising of Sammy. Like,
Yeah.
considering that I believe we've seen him in another tournament as well. Sammy has been one of the most consistent fraggers in the entire entire Valorant community. And in this case, him in the bottom frag. This is not supposed to happen at all. But yeah, I agree. Hika, Harsh, and MW1 did really step up in game number 2. Yanq tried his best, but unfortunately they were playing very desperately all the way through in the second game here. And yeah, like I said, both these teams, they play very, very similar play styles. But like I said, who is MW1? Like, we need a picture of this guy, because this guy is gonna be an absolute monster to be able to outshine Sammy at his own game. That's something we gotta talk a bit more tomorrow here, because that is pretty much the scores coming from game number 2 between both Team Reckoning and also Noble Esports. But nevertheless, you were saying.
Yeah, the problem I think was with Reckoning was, if you had a look at that scorecard, it was just IonQ onto double digits. We saw him step up with the operator, get that nasty 2K towards that A site in one situation, preventing the showstopper from coming through as well with a nasty flick. But it was just a few moments of brilliance, and there was he really did not have a support system around him. This was round after round, and I think after a point of time, it was Reckoning Esports kind of giving up on that map, saying, hey, this was probably not our day today. It might have even had some of the disappointment from actually losing map 1 in the fashion that they did carry over into map 2, and MW1 strong performances there, especially in the last round of map 1, able to carry that momentum forward into map 2 and absolutely blow it out of the park. So I think at the end of the day, I think Nobo able to get in with the right mindset into map 2 and able to see things through. Let's have a look at a couple of the head-to-head scores here for a couple of these crucial encounters. I think we're gonna get to see our MVP for map 2, MW1, here back again onto the scorecard, this time up against his operator on the other side, IonQ. These stats, I think, don't really do justice to IonQ, considering the fact that there was really no support system, like I said, around him. So most of these were him pretty much running in and taking the frags all by himself, while MW1, it was a mix of both. Take nothing away from him, though. He did play hyper aggressive, always able to switch things up from round to round. So I think throughout that map 2, Reckoning didn't really have an idea of where that operator was every single round, I see.
Yeah, it was so hard to actually expect as well, especially when we thought Sammy was going to be the one playing the operator. MW1 was always switching up his play styles as compared to ANQ. He tried to play a little bit different as well. He went in for the drop shot with the shotgun, unfortunately was punished a couple of times as well. And I feel like in the game as well, it's just that whenever Reckoning tries to make a play, Noble Esports was having this moment of brilliance to just outshine them. And I agree that they sort of gave up. It's not because they wanted to give up. It's like when it felt like, hey, they were going to make a play, but Noble Esports was playing better and playing out of their minds. And because of those kind of rounds, like those important clutch rounds where even the showstopper, we saw that, hey, Reckoning, they needed this showstopper to work. They went in for a dive. Guess what? As soon as he comes in with the jump, with the mines, a random paranoia coming from Semi comes in his face. His showstopper was pretty much in the air, doing absolutely nothing. And by the time he got to the site, Noble Esports was all the way retreat there. And there was a moment that Reckoning Esports needed him to perform, and he could not do it because Semi was just playing 2 steps ahead of what Reckoning Esports was trying to plan here. So in this case, as him being on the bottom frag playing the supportive role was really interesting to watch. But as a support player, throwing out those utilities to time it right was perfectly, beautifully done, especially when he was holding on towards A side short by himself. He heard so many footsteps towards A side. That was the right move to play. And as soon as they heard the showstopper, instant paranoia came in. I think that was that particular round. I think it was like round 6 or round 7. It pretty much went all skyrocketed downhill for Reckoning Esports. But nevertheless, great play coming from Noble Esports. However, let's take a look at the overall scorecard from all the matches played so far and statistics from both the players here, Shade.
Yeah, and I pretty much expect to see familiar faces up there yet again. Let's start off with Reckoning Esports. I do see the logos might have switched up over. So we do have, in fact, Reckoning up top. IonQ with 36 kills is being the consistent performer for Reckoning. He's performed really well both games, but I think it was map number 2 where there was a little too much expected of him. But still, a wonderful individual showing out. Teflon Mike with 23 kills, Riser with 19, R10 with 18, and BRZ rounding it up with 16. Unfortunately, the other 4 players couldn't really add too much to their stats there up in map number 2, with everyone turning up in Haven. While on the other side, we have MW1, 42 kills. I think besides Sammy, he was the standout performer in map number 1 for a Noble, and by far taking out the entire server time and again in Ascent there. Sammy up in 36 kills. That despite getting only 9 in map number 2. It pretty much shows his standout performance in those crucial rounds up at Haven that gave Noble the opportunity to just inch ahead of Reckoning in map number 1. Hika, Harsh, and Rexy, I think all of them have stepped up big here. Despite, I mean, we've talked all about Sammy and MW1 and how they've been able to carry this squad ahead. But I think it is down to a lot of the support system that Hika, Harsh, Rexy have been able to provide, allowing Sammy and MW1 to go ahead and do what they have here in these 2 maps, I see.
Yep. And I agree. Like when it comes to the individual skills wise here, you can see that these 3 players, especially from IonQ, MW1, and Sammy, has been popping off all the way through here. And it's just unfortunate that IonQ was stuck in a situation where he's playing a Jet, and Jet, yes, you are expecting to pop off all the way through here, but as flexibility wise, it does not bring too much as compared to some other agents here. And there was a reason why back in the patches as well, Jet was one of the hardest agents to play in competitive, because it just brings off one-dimensional play styles, which was really, really unfortunate until people started inventing really, really awkward, I would say, angles from up the air. But at the same time, to land those shots with the Blade Stopper was just, sorry, the Blade Storm is extremely, extremely difficult, which even for Semi, we saw him made some kind of plays here. It just didn't work out. So it was super, extremely risky to play it. But nevertheless here, diverse utility-wise, it still does contribute a little bit more. I was expecting to see more of Killjoy. Unfortunately, not going to be happening, I guess. We're not going to be seeing Killjoy for this first series, which is something that I'm actually looking forward to, honestly, just because of how it's a good, I would say, replacement to a Sentinel in that regards, in terms of information. And it just brings so much value overall in potential team fights as well, especially with the zonings here. It's as an entry denier, undeniably alongside subpar to the Sage's wall back in then. It's just all about timing, but it's super risky as well, considering that if you mistime them wrong, things go south, because people can still shoot through those nanoswarms there. But of course, we are the casters. We are here to speculate however we want. Players, they are going to be here competing for their lives, obviously. So not really their lives, but the huge chunk of the prize pool here, Shade. But nevertheless, yeah.
So talking about Killjoy, I was actually surprised that we didn't get to see Killjoy in Haven.
Oh, yeah.
I think with the changes that we have seen to Cypher and the changes to Killjoy as well, kind of nerfed her effectiveness playing long range, but her presence in being able to shut a site down alone. I think now with the changes to how her abilities work close range, I think has made her very viable, especially in Haven. So I was a little surprised that we didn't get to see her, but hopefully that is going to change in the series to come. But before we head there, let's have a look at the overall head-to-head player stats and see how it fares out. And I think we're not going to see too much surprises. I believe it should be IonQ versus MW1, and yeah, it is going to be the case. 42 kills, 42 versus 36, very even Stevens, but that is pretty much down to the fact that it was Sammy who did take majority of the kills in map, while IonQ, star performer for Reckoning Esports, too much expected of him at the end, wasn't nearly enough to do enough in map number 2. But I think looking back at the series overall, IonQ definitely is going to look at a couple of opportunities missed at the end of Haven there, a couple of rounds that he could have changed, that would have drastically changed the outcome of this BO3 series, IC.
Yep. Speaking of which, here, that's pretty much the stats here. That will be the last time we'll see ANQ here in this tournament for the Valorant Warfare. But at the same time here, we are going to be seeing more of MW1 tomorrow in the grand finals here. Meanwhile, that's pretty much this first semi-finals brackets here in the long journey from so many qualifiers throughout the months here in Playtonia's Valorant Warfare. And we're going to be jumping in towards the second semi-finals, not now, but later on in 8 p.m. IST. So be sure to come back and watch us again for the second semifinals here, as we are going to be witnessing Far Esports going up against Team xCeed. And hopefully things are going to be a little bit different here, because after seeing the performance coming from Noble Esports, would they be shaken, or would they pick up a couple of strategies that they have played and showed their cards here and bring it into the second semifinals here? Good luck to both of these teams. Hopefully things will be the better. But momentarily here, we'll be taking a short break, and don't go anywhere for those guys watching here, and take a couple toilet breaks here. Come back at 8 p.m. IST. My name is ICBaby12, and he's Shadeslayer. We are gonna be jumping in towards a commercial break. But of course, don't go anywhere, because we are going to be having some amazing highlights from the first series for you guys to enjoy, in case you've missed the replays from game 1 and also game 2 here. Shadeslayer, any final thoughts?
Well, action-packed series. I really hoped that we got to see more of a reckoning in map number 2, maybe even a mirror matchup of what we saw in Haven, but unfortunately not to be the case. I think it kind of broke their confidence, especially the way they ended up losing map number 1 in that fashion at the end. And it was Noble just continuing with the momentum, sealing things up in map 2, moving into the finals. Thank you so much for tuning in. Enjoy the highlights. Some amazing plays coming in from both the teams as we take a quick break and warm up for another awesome semi-finals coming your way here in Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare. See you soon.
Player remaining.
No charges left.
30 seconds left.
Shadows traveling.
One player remaining. One player remaining.
Back to work.
Player remaining.
One down.
30 seconds left. One player remaining.
Cage trigger.
decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the f does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion.
One player remaining. One player remaining.
Autonomy is an illusion.
Remaining.
Autonomy is an illusion.
One player remaining. Spike planted.
Get out of my way!
One player remaining.
Joke's over! You're dead!
One player remaining. One player remaining. Spike planted. One.
Stay down.
One player remaining.
Here.
10 seconds left. One player.
Nowhere to run!
I think the girls with their nails done now.
One player remaining.
Girls with their
Spike planted.
nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their Here.
You're dead! Nowhere to run!
Get out of my way!
Player remaining.
Blocking sight.
Planted. One player remaining.
Oh.
30 seconds left.
There. Get out of my
Revealing
way!
area.
One player remaining.
I think the girls with their nails done now.
Down.
Fire in the hole!
One player remaining. Spike planted.
I know exactly.
Girls with their nails done. Get out of my way! Fire in the hole! Girls with their nails done.
One player remaining.
Concentrate, Sova.
Satchel out.
remaining.
Nowhere to run! Nowhere to run!
One player remaining. Flawless.
people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What the does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their nails done.
It's all about humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. It's all about humanity. About humanity. control still, making our constant binary choices and voicing our equally shallow opinions more loudly or quietly. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Most people can't even decide what color to wear or which burger to eat. What does it matter, man? Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion. Autonomy is an illusion.
I think the girls with their nails done now. Girls with their nails done. I think the girls with their nails done. Girls with their
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Semi-finals day here at the Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare. I'm Shadeslayer. Joining me is Icy Baby 1-2. How you doing, man?
I'm feeling good, baby. And after seeing game number 1 in the first semifinals once here, I'm excited to see how the grand finals is going to be. But guess what? We won't be able to watch the grand finals if we do not know who is going to be the winners of our second set of semifinals here, which is going to be happening now here. Welcome back once again for those of you guys watching at home here. Be sure to remember to share the stream and tag 5 of your friends here, because one of you lucky winners will be walking away with potential amazing prizes brought to you and presented by Playtonia. And once again, this is the Valorant Warfare. We're one of the best teams from all around South Asia are gathered here today. To start things off early on, a little bit recap here in case you guys missed earlier on, was the first set of semifinals here. It is none other with Team Reckoning going up against Noble Esports, with Noble Esports currently waiting in the grand finals, looking forward their compadres, or in this case, their opponents, which is going to be happening here today here. Shade, who are we going to be watching here?
Only time will tell. We've had matches start all the way back in 9th of October, down through 4 qualifiers. The winner of each of those qualifiers are here on semi-finals day. And as Icy said, we did witness the first one of the day, where it was Reckoning Esports going up against Noble, and Noble already have sealed their spot in the grand finals. Who will be joining them? It's going to be between xCeed Esports, Team xCeed rather, as well as Far Esports. But before that, let's have a look at what is at stake this weekend. Massive prize pool of 1 lakh INR, which is going to be spread up over the 3 spots here. One is, of course, the qualifier rounds itself did have a 10,000 prize pool each, coming up to a total of 40,000 INR. The grand final, the finals here will have 50,000 INR up for grabs, with the winner walking away, I do believe, with half of it at 25,000 INR, 10,000 for second place, 7,500 for third and fourth places. And we also have a few surprises for you guys with the last remaining 10,000 INR. The fan favorite team walks away with 5,000 INR. The fan favorite player walks away with 2,500 INR. And the MVP of the finals will walk away with another sweet 2,500 INR, bringing it up to 10K. So even if you don't probably do well as a team, individually you can pick yourself up some sweet cash here, Icy Baby.
Exactly here. And of course, for those of you guys watching at home early on in semifinals here, we did see a couple of names coming up here. One of them being Sami, and also one of them being MW1 here, I believe, and it was one of the 2 best players coming from Noble Esports, which we'll be seeing more of them later on in the grand finals, which is going to be happening tomorrow, same place, same time, same everywhere. But nevertheless, here today, next matchup, who are we going to be seeing here? Because as of now, we are going to be looking at the brackets to have a perfect understanding of what's actually happening here for those of you guys who missed out on us here early on. Like we said as well, Noble Esports will be the one advancing into the grand finals, defeating Reckoning Esports in a 2-0 convincing fashion. Next up, this second set of semi-finals here is going to be between Far Esports and Team xCeed here. Shade, anything you want to talk about these teams here?
Well, Team xCeed, I have unfortunately absolutely no idea of the squad, though I do check out a couple of stand-ins on VLR. I see them up in the top 50. So I've absolutely sure that these guys are a fantastic squad. Far Esports, on the other hand, these are friends who've played together quite a bit over the years on various other FPS titles as well before moving on to Valorant. A very strong squad. They do go by another name as well in Godlike Esports right now. So there's going to be a lot of expectation on their shoulders. I think if the results are anything to go by, Far Esports have had a relatively easy route on their way in towards the semi-finals here today. While I think Team xCeed, of the top 4 that are there, have had the toughest route. Looking at the scores as well, I see a 13-8 on Ascent and a 14-12 on Haven versus Playground Esports in their qualifier 3 finals. So I think with how things are on paper, Far Esports are going to be the slight favorites going into this one. But I think we'll have to wait and see what the players are going to feel like in the server.
Okay,
but before we
Shade. I gotta stop you on there because we called out Reckoning Esports and Noble Esports. Hey, favorites gonna be Reckoning Esports. Based on statistics, they look good on paper. During the qualifiers, they were stomping their way through. Boom! Noble Esports. Surprise.
To be fair, I did pick Noble to take the series that time, but I did call it to be close, which was the case in map number 1. So let's see if I can make it 2-2.
All right. As of now, based on statistics, for those of you guys who do not know, because the qualifiers were not aired, so we have some statistics for you based on the second qualifiers here. I definitely agree. Far Esports struggled a little bit during their quarterfinals, which they won against xCeed 13-11 during the second qualifiers, which is very, very close.
A head-to-head to go back.
They actually met in second qualifier. So 13-11. It was very, very close. And also, when they were playing in the semifinals, they also won against TSF Gaming, which 13-9. And during the grand finals of the second qualifiers, they won 13-6 and 13-4. Whereas Team xCeed, on the third qualifiers, they had a smooth sailing all the way to the first 3 halves. But in the finals, it was 13-8 and also 14-12. So it was a really, really tough run. But at the same time, based on the statistics that we have, Far Esports has won xCeed once in the second qualifier. And this is going to be their revenge match here in the second semifinals here. And I don't know, do you think that xCeed will be able to learn their lessons from their second qualifiers?
I think it's a question of having a different series to play in here. That was a best of 1 in that third round matchup in qualifier number 2. This time, it's going to be a best of 3. So I think in that regard, we're going to get to see if xCeed have a much deeper map pool than Far Esports, but I think all things considered, Far Esports still will be the favorite coming into this. Let's have a look at the individual rosters for these 2 squads going head-to-head here in semi-final number 2. First up, we have Far Esports. Shivi, Whitehorse, Scargod, Knight Rider, and SMX. Very familiar faces in the FPS scene in India. In fact, they have played as, I believe, together in various rosters as well. Knight Rider, known for his prowess with the sniper rifle. Scargard, huge potential on this man. Is an absolute monster. I've seen SMX as well on LAN perform amazingly well in other FPS titles. Having Shivi and Whitehorse round up the lineup, they've got a lot of firepower between them. I see 110, 102, 101, 98 kills. They've smashed their way through the matches in the qualifiers here, IC baby.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how this team's going to be playing as well. And I'm going to be paying close attention towards XMX as well, because based on the entire queue participation, he has one of the highest out of all the members coming from Far Esports, with a total of 143 kills involved here, with 101 kills killed and 42 assists here, which is a huge margin here, considering that if arguably, if you were to say it's a support player, but 42 assists with 101 kills, close enough with the top fraggers from this team in the name of Scargo and Knight Rider. That's got to be something we got to be watching out for as well, coming from SMX. Yep, that's it pretty much for Far Esports here, and this could be the roster for you guys who's missed them out. Their opponents, ladies and gentlemen, here, it is gonna be none other than, ladies and gentlemen, let's put it up and let's take a look and towards the rosters coming in is going to be Team xCeed up on the screen for you guys here, in case you do not know who they are here, Shade.
Well, I'd say we are pretty much in the same boat as well. Your PB9, xCeed, Scooby, Captain LK, and Sid Simba rounding up the lineup. A lot different in terms of the number of kills that they've had, considering that they have had a few landslide victories themselves, 13-5, 13-5, 13-6. So I'm guessing that is the reason why we see the kills that they are. But stark contrast to the stats that we saw for Far Esports here, I see.
Yeah, and on top of that as well, xCeed, they did have one less game to play here during their third qualifiers as compared to Far Esports, who had more games to play and rounds here during the second qualifiers here in the Valorant Warfare here, brought to you by Playtonia. But nevertheless, here it is going to be a team we're going to be watching out for as well, because them going up against Far Esports in the second qualifiers, putting it 13-11. That was a close neck and neck game as well. And best of ones, arguably it could have been anyone's game. But when it came down to, remember the match early on in its first semi-finals here, Noble Esports with Reckoning Esports, first match, boom, it was also 13-11 here. Game 2, it was pretty much a Reckoning Esports game to actually make a comeback here, but Noble Esports stepped up to the game, applied more pressure, and they took the clean 2-0. So these things here, it might be a trend here in this tournament. Second semifinals, whoever takes the first map might potentially dictate the entire tempo of the entire game, or in this case, the momentum here. But in this case, for those guys who are looking forward to see what kind of matchup we're going to be seeing here, to start things off, this is pretty much the veto map for both these teams here. First map we are going to be playing is going to be Bind, followed by game number 2 in Haven, and if we head into a game 3, we're heading off towards Ascent here. Shade, what are your thoughts on Bind?
Well, Bind picked here by Team xCeed, and we have then Far Esports deciding to start on defense. We're going to get to see Bind, I do believe, for the first time today. Again, Far Esports starting on defense. I think they're starting on the favored side. It's going to be on to xCeed to start building momentum early. They can't afford to fall back and let Far Esports kind of dictate the terms. If it does reach that point, I don't see how, and if we will have Team xCeed get enough rounds in the first half to mount a challenge on defense. Haven on the other side, I believe it's going to be a lot more even, though it is a map pick coming in for Far Esports, and we will have xCeed picking the defense side. Ascent the decider. Will we get there, though, is the question. Predictions time. I think it is going to be pretty much very close to what we saw in the first semifinal. I think it's going to come down to if Team xCeed can take the first map itself. I think then they have a very good chance of taking the series. I think if Far Esports do take Bind here, I think they will close things out up in Haven. What do you think, Icy Baby, as we jump in fact straight into the match?
Yep, it's gonna be a tough one to decide here because, like I said, first game is gonna be deciding the entire tempo of the game here, especially morale from both these teams here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the second semi-finals here. It's gonna be VALORANT Esports on the defender side and xCeed on the red side here, be attacking here in this first set of series in the map of Bind. We do see a couple agents here, different approaches of the game coming for both these teams here. We do see similar jet pickups here. The only difference is pretty much the Breach and the Reyna pickup here. And as you can see, the Breach already setting up for the concussion here from the side of our eSport as xCeed pretty much in the crosshairs in that vicinity. Meanwhile, a very aggressive push from Knight Riders lurking his way through here. Gets a pick off here, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade-off right off the bat. xCeed going to be pushing aggressively here, checking towards... U-Haul, unfortunately, will force his movements towards B side using the teleport here. So that's going to be movements, very quick rotations coming in from xCeed. But at the same time, Smoke's already going in here and xCeed will take the side for themselves. So VALORANT Esports, they are going to be playing the retake here, Shade.
Yeah, they're going to relinquish control. Two players in towards elbow. They're not going to push the Dark Cloud just yet, allowing, in fact, players from xCeed to exit back out towards B main. In comes the push. The Cyber Cage goes out, but xCeed is already taking down Starguard on the side. They're moving straight into their crosshair. Their White Horse will be able to silence Simba down, bring it to a 2v3 here on the retake. Sherry, wonderfully down there with the classic. Finds one. Can he find more? The one hooker, one towards Long. Can he isolate these duels? Oh, he's able to bait an LK. Bring it down. Super goes down as well. Sherry goes absolutely massive, but he does not have time there for the defuse. The round goes the way of xCeed, but VALORANT Esports there at the end, showing in a couple of individual prowess plays there. Shibby going big, but xCeed, they pretty much played the timer there and were able to take the pistol out.
They may have won the battle, but they have lost the first round war. In this case, the game's not over. xCeed will take the first point. Meanwhile, individual skill-wise, that was a huge run coming from Shivi here. And xCeed, they are going to be pretty comfortable this year with the initial economy lead here. But we do see a Phantom pickup on towards the Reyna here. So a very aggressive approach here. Sorry, it's a Spectre, not a Phantom. Apologize for that. Meanwhile, xCeed, they are going to be going for the push here. Meanwhile, VALORANT Esports, they are going to be taking a chill pill here. White Horse will be retreating towards elbow to try and make a run for it here. Meanwhile, as you can see, xCeed, they're pretty much laying low for the approach here. Seems to me, xCeed will be able to leak all the way far back towards elbow, and this is going to be a costly retake here for VALORANT Esports to let this slide by. In this case, that's going to be an easy shot from xCeed to start things off here, Shade.
Yeah, that was a gamble there. They try and stack showers, but unfortunately, they didn't really push in all the way back towards the port. If they head in towards the port exit, they would have been able to find out that xCeed, in fact, had head the other way towards the B side. But too little, too late there. They lose the Cypher, who was defending all the way on the back of B side, and don't see VALORANT Esports challenging this too hard. Maybe try and get an exit kill or two, walk away, maybe recover a second or two, but yeah, there you go. With the shorty, two to the face.
Oh no! Ouch! SMX and Knight Rider, they pretty much got taken off by the bomb on the edge as well. But still, great attempt there to try and deny economy here. VALORANT Esports doing a beautiful stuff here. A lot of disciplined plays being made by them here to try and play the economy game here. Very nicely done. And in that case, they managed to damage a lot of xCeed's economy in that regard. So this time, this is going to be a third round here. It's going to be rifle rounds all the way through from all of these teams here. In this case, xCeed, did they save up for the operator? Unfortunately, no. It is going to be pure rifles from both these teams. Vandal up on Knight Rider, hoping to get a couple picks here. Jet will be playing a boosted spot here. So xCeed has to be extremely careful with their next approach. This is going to be the VALORANT Esports' moment to shine. Can they make a comeback here? They need to start steamrolling their way through. Drone scouts them out here. He sees two members here from the side of xCeed, and VALORANT Esports, they need to be extremely careful about this because as of now, they are still deciding what is going to be the next objective here because the teleporter is pretty much still in their grasp.
Well, they're making their way in towards Garden already. Very early committal here coming in from Far Esports. Something that they did in the last couple of rounds as well, including the pistol round, where it's just one player who's playing hold while the rest of them are pretty much committing in early in the round. But they slow things down up at Garden, allowing the two-man push to come in from elbow the flash time perfectly. And that's going to be the Reina down as SMX wins the opening duel there. Nicely done as the attackers now losing numbers. They lose a second
30 seconds
and
left.
Let's see if they're actually just going to reposition back in towards Hookah, and they're going to head back towards the B-side cypher. The shot coming in. Yeah, in fact, both of them going to connect. And drops the cypher really low on the side. The plant comes in.
10 seconds left.
Yes, they do
Oh!
spot out
Player
xCeed
standing.
as well. SMX with the brace, and
You
Far
all are
Esports
wonderful.
get themselves out of the scorecard in what style
Yeah,
there, I see.
Beautiful plays here coming from Far Esports here. Let's take a replay as well. I'm surprised xCeed actually went for the push here. And you can
10
see the
seconds
disciplined
left.
plays coming in from Far Esports to take that flawless round here. They bought so much valuable time as well. On top of that, they abused the breaches flash here to go in for the initial pick down towards B long. And ever since they've lost two members from xCeed here, they were having the time against their clock here in this regards. And forcing the round with 30 seconds left on the round here put them in a very desperate measure to actually go in for the plant here. In this case, now going to be forcing some buys here. Share is being bought. Unfortunately, it will not get any kind of picks here. Nice trade coming in from Far Esports, taking out one of the members from xCeed, but at the same time, they are going to back off. Meanwhile, they are going to be stacking all towards showers in this regards. Far Esports playing the disciplined game here as they are already retreating all the ways back towards side here in A side. Here, Shade. Meanwhile, SMX is going to back off a little bit more here, hopefully positioning himself to try and rotate towards the next side here. As you can see, all the members from the side of xCeed are pretty much stacked up towards mid and showers here with 58 seconds left on the clock here, Shade.
50 seconds to go. The Dark Cloud comes in towards short here. The recon boat is going to spot out the boost coming in from Knight Rider onto truck, but they do have two players in the shock dart. In fact, connects onto both. Value play right there, but Shivy is going to not be dissuaded. He's going to continue to take
30
an
seconds left.
aggressive stance here as LK starts to poke and prod in towards Hookah. I think timing's going to be the key here. The off angle held by SMX, and he's going to push straight back out. So
15 seconds left. xCeed, they have to make a play here. It seems to me it's going to be a close one here, but
10
seems the
seconds
utilities
left.
are coming in. But a big one here coming for SMX. He has to recon here. He gets one tap, but it was a huge spray down from both Whitehorse and SMX, lying in wait, waiting like snakes hiding in the bushes, waiting to strike, and they strike back. They bite back, tying it 2-2. Look at this. Oh my god. So much
10
time
seconds
consumed
left.
here, and they weren't expecting this far push coming in from Far Esports down towards Gardens. My goodness. That was a beautiful big brain there coming from Far Esports. However, xCeed not looking good for them here as they wasted too much utilities right off time, too much valuable time in that regards. And I really like that interesting play coming from Knight Rider early on in Far Esports, where he saw the recon arrow scouting up on down towards boost here. He intentionally let it scout him out so that he can waste precious time from the side of xCeed to actually check that particular spot while he repositions himself here. Meanwhile, the game continues. The drone is pretty much a little bit of information used here from xCeed, but a lot of time to work with. But once again, they're going to be making their attempt and towards A here, Shade.
yeah, the owl drone did manage to spot out the jet there, but this tag team that they've been putting out here, Far Esports, hasn't really been spotted out just yet from xCeed. And if they do decide to push in too short, it's gonna be a calamity, I'd say, for xCeed, and they push straight up ahead. Will we see Knight Rider push through the Dark Cloud? No, he's gonna continue to stray away, and he does find the cypher.
Spike planted.
Sees a bit of damage done in. Omen will eventually end up going down. His stun is able to take off back again. Doesn't do much enough as Scooby. In fact, it is PB9 who takes Shivy down here. And looks like they do have control of U-Hauls here. Not Scooby will get overwhelmed, and yeah, with the Empress. Anything
great.
as Whitehorse cleans up.
Oh, I'm really liking what Far Esports is doing here, abusing the power of Breach here, the entry denier here, and he's done a beautiful job at that as well. The pop flash, even though it was a nice attempt here to try going for refrag, but the pop flash actually connected two members from the side of xCeed there to actually slow down some kind of pushes here, and because of that, they allowed Far Esports to rotate in and buy valuable time here. So great attempt there coming from Far Esports. Reverse 3-0 sweep thus far, making them taking the lead as of now, and because of this, you can see force buys coming from xCeed here. All SMG buys to try and force this round, so hopefully they do scout this out, but at the same time, the recon arrow does scout this out. At the same time, so Hunter's Fury also being expended to try and catch him off, and Whitehorse, he's getting clamped off, and xCeed will take him down. So this is gonna be 4v5, and nicely done from Seepsema with the jump Blade Storm there, getting a kill, and they are looking for more, and just like that, Far Esports, they were caught off guard, and now leaving him to clutch for his team here. He's gonna get one onto Seepsema, 1v3 situation. He's got one, he's really healthy as well, but they know exactly where he is. But the trap wire goes for the shot, and they catch him again. And xCeed, they are gonna go in for the chase, but seems to me he is gonna back off to try and save the Phantom here. And just like that, xCeed, that fourth round here seemed to be a very, very good one, as they managed to secure themselves a lot of rifles away from Far Esports here, Shade.
Yeah, that was a force buy coming in, but it was the key usage of a couple of massive ultimates there coming in. The Hunter's Fury initially forcing Cypher off his position, and that jumping Blade Storm straight to the face coming in from Jet, securing them 2 kills on the entry, and they were able to use those SMGs to not just take the site but shut it down. xCeed there with the fast play, forced by making it work. Far Esports get caught napping.
Yeah, Night Rider is just popping off in this game here. He's been playing out of mind. He's thinking outside the box for quite some time here. But we do see a couple interesting pings here. We might potentially see a one-way Cypher cage smoke coming in from Far Esports, but so far nothing is happening here. You can see the the spy cam does scout out this aggressive push coming from Far Esports. So the operators pretty much get scouted out here from the side of xCeed, and you can see they have to play a little bit careful here. Shibi still setting up for the pop flash. No movements whatsoever yet. And xCeed taking it extremely slow. Now Shibi going for the preemptive fires here. Goes for a couple wall bangs. Unfortunately, xCeed will not bite this, as they are pretty much far back into its markets here, Shade.
Yeah, they're not buying any of it. In fact, they've switched up the defense a little bit. They were playing the 2 players in, but as I say that, the Sova moves into position there, making it a 2-man defense up strong. And there's a boost in towards front as well. Playing contact is going to be Omen. He's going to be able to peek over these clouds as well. And he's got 2. Can't really readjust back in time, and the defense is completely melts on the inside.
Planted.
The players up. Wait,
One enemy remaining.
the U-Bend 2-player defense there just crumbles on the attack there. Both of them go down without putting up a fight, leaving Knight Rider now with the decision to try and hang on to the expensive operator. But looks like xCeed might just look to force the issue here. Reina runs in first, completely unaware, but now Scooby might think about chasing this down though.
Wow. Interesting play from Knight Rider. He actually went for an off angle, and I'm surprised the guys from xCeed did not see that. And because of that, that's gonna get a lucky pick here. Knight Rider is looking for more exits. He misses, he baits the shot, but unfortunately goes for the refrag. Unfortunately doesn't seem to connect here. So that's gonna be a small win, and he get another. Yes, that's gonna be a little bit more economy being denied here. So what a clutch round coming from a Knight Rider from Far Esports. But however, xCeed still takes the round here, and my goodness here, Shade, it has been neck and neck here in the semi-finals. My goodness. However, it's not over until the fat lady sings, as xCeed is going to be proceeding into the second half of potentially the game here. But as of now, they will be the ones taking the lead with 4-3. Meanwhile, Knight Rider from the side of Far Esports going to be taking a very aggressive approach towards showers here, and this time xCeed, they're not biting here. They switched up their attacking point, and this time they're going to be pressuring towards Hookah here, Shade.
Yep, they're pushing in back towards long now, so they do have the pincer play coming in. 3 players coming in. Yeah, 3 players coming in towards port into gardens. There is a 3-man defense though already in place from Far Esports with the breach ready for the counterplay if they do decide to push in Dark Cloud. They waited out at the moment here. And there you go, the eye comes in, and with the leer, we're gonna see the attack come through. No opening picture step back. Knight Rider who gets the defense in, but Simba replies back with the operator. 1-for-1 trade. Shivi is able to try and hold this down himself here with the breach, and he successfully managed to do so at the moment. And they're going to take the teleporter. They're heading back in towards A, and it's the lonely Omen here. Scargod, it's all up to him.
30
Rotations
seconds
are
left.
already coming in, but it's going to be a tad bit too late. What do? You go ahead and challenge this. He does, and he gets the first one. He's going to try and get
Spike
the
planted.
wall bank in as well. Unsuccessful, but he's expecting the backstab coming in here by the
player
Jet, and
remaining.
he's going to find him. What a play there coming in from Far Esports. They read xCeed like a book. Omen,
Wow,
all
what a
alone,
huge-
still manages to find 2 there, I see.
What a huge clutch there by Scargod as well. On top of that, he positioned himself, but at the same time, he did hear the movements coming in from the Jet coming from xCeed there, where he was rotating a little bit too heavy here. But at the same time, it was a, well, I would say a rotation that they had to make it very, very quickly here. And xCeed has been playing on the timer for quite some time. Meanwhile, let's talk about the micro plays coming from Far Esports. If you think about it here, they always ping those information, the crucial informations here, the spy cam pings, the bomb plant pings as well. He proves to give a lot of information, and is this kind of minor details helps you win games, especially for giving information for your teams here to know exactly what they're going to be going up against here. Is this going to be a shower defense, or is this going to be a heaven defense? So in this regards, those micro pings here, especially for pub games, if you guys are playing, these are minor things that you need to know if you want to push those high top tier games here. However, the game continues 4-4 now, Shade.
Yep, and I think something that both Noble and Reckoning were missing that you did point out during the first 2 matches was an agent who could stall pushes like these, and I think the Breach has done a
Revealing area.
fantastic job here on the B
There they
side,
are.
especially the last round where he was able to use his abilities and thwart the push from xCeed almost single-handedly.
I know
But with the opening pick going their way, they're on a 4th game. They're going to use the neural threat early
Spike
on as well
planted.
to reveal up the position. And with the spike planted and a 2-man advantage post-plant, I think they're already considering a save option here at the moment. Our Far Esports, they do have the operator in play as well. And all things considered, I don't think it is even worth going in for a retake attempt at the moment.
player remaining.
Looks like that's not going to be the case. Knight Rider sees his teammates go down, and the operator is getting hunted down.
Yeah, this is really
Last
tough
man
call
alive.
there from Far Esports. Considering that they have one member so far back in elbow, there's no way he could have actually saved the teammate here. So that's pretty much xCeed tearing them apart. Meanwhile, Far Esports, once again, Knight Rider with the operator managing to save it for his team here. So economy-wise here, Far Esports has been managing pretty well. But at the same time, xCeed, they will be going neck and neck with Far Esports here. Trades after trades after trades. But now, Knight Rider, once again, he's pretty much switched up his position again here. This time, he's looking to play a little bit aggressive down towards Hookah here. And hopefully, they do not take this bait. But look at this. The positions for xCeed, somehow they know what they're reading here. They will be setting up shop down towards the middle side here, as they are thinking to maybe go towards A side here, Shade.
Yes, this should
Yeah, neural theft is online though for Far Esports, was used on the side of xCeed the last time around. They do have the Blade Storm available as well, but an early push coming in from Sid Simba is gonna move up aggressively towards post. Cypher pushing in towards shower, does get the
Nowhere to
information
run.
that there is at least one attacker there in that area. 4v4 here. Hunter's Fury coming out offensively, and he finds White Horse, and Chevy goes down as well. Simba had sneaked his way all the way up towards the exit of U-Haul, and with that
planted.
SMX, I don't even see him get an opportunity of trying to make a retake attempt here. He's gonna head back out for an early save, and it's a couple of occasions now that Far Esports straight up succumb to fast early round plays from xCeed here, IC Baby.
Yeah, great lurk there coming from Sid Samba as well, because like Far Esports, they weren't expecting this kind of early aggressions here. But at the same time, we were expecting... I like how xCeed switched up their playstyles. With the initial 8 rounds, they were playing it extremely slow. And it definitely caught off the Breach player coming from Far Esports off guard, because they were expecting, oh, this is going to be a slow round. They would not push so aggressively. But guess what? xCeed fastened the speed up here, speeded the things up a little bit quicker, and definitely wasn't expecting him to lurk so far back in. So great stuff coming from xCeed to switch up a little bit here. And because of that, they were able to get a 2-match lead as of now. Meanwhile, Far Esports, look at this. They have massive ultimates up available here, but at the same time, can they make it work here? Because as of now, are they gonna play the information game, or are they gonna hope that Knight Rider is gonna be able to pop off with the Blade Storm here? Because as of now, they are gonna be lacking in terms of utilities. But it's all things considered here, they have been managing pretty well here, Shade, as the game continues. As xCeed is going to be switching up their attacking point here, as they are going to be pushing it down towards B long. But at the same time, Knight Rider is in the vicinity to go in for the aggressive push here. The drone scouts him out, but look at this. They are going to retreat all the way back towards far B. But nope, looks like Knight Rider wants to be a little bit cheeky with this there, Shade.
2 players towards showers as the push comes in towards Ford, up at short, and they've spotted at least the 1 player in. Decent connect coming in there, but they're unable to follow up on that, so it is still gonna end up being a man advantage that's being cancelled out by White Horse here. Bladestorm pulled out by Knight Rider as he comes in from behind. Neural Theft gets used up as well for this retake, as the numbers advantage still in favor of Far Esports. They're coming in towards U-Balls in a 2-man peek out, but xCeed holds strong, and SMX will be able to find the Simba. A little too close for comfort there, but Far Esports, decent retake, 5-6.
Last round before the half.
That time around, it was a pretty mediocre post-plant play there, IC.
Yeah, SMX with a huge round there. He's been supporting the team all the way through here. And look at this. For esports, they may have gotten the, like, Knight Rider was going with those kind of crucial, important picks here. But at the same time, SMX has been included with 5 assists thus far. So it makes sense that he was, he makes sense why he was top fragging here. But at the same time, a little bit info for those guys who've not catch up with this here. This is a score they need to settle. Last time xCeed faced Far won, but 13-11 here in Bind, and this is going to be a rematch between both of the teams here. However, Far Esports, now they get the early pick here in this first half. That's going to be the Reyna taken down with 5-6 here. SMX now with the drone here does cut out this aggressive push down towards Hookah. Apparently xCeed, they are going to be doing things with 1 less member here. SMX is thinking going for a shock arrow, hoping to clip a couple of members, but at the same time, no movements yet. As you can see, the Blade Storm already extended here. Sid Samba is looking for a couple hits here. SMX, is he going to get it here? But the smokes are coming in, and the recon does cut it off as well. Forces the Blade Storm. Nice attempt there, and Shade will nuke him down instead as SMX goes in for the trade-off. And now xCeed will successfully take the side for himself, and it's going to be up to Far Esports for the retake here, Shade.
Well, I did not see this turning around so soon there, but Simba has had a huge role to play in that. He's going to try and retreat back out as they try and force him out towards elbow, and he will get overwhelmed out. Huge win there going the way of God L here for the retake. There is 2 players out for xCeed towards long, and it's going to come down to if Scooby can find the opener. He's going to get found in the corner though. xCeed with the operator finds Chevy. He needs to find 2 more. He spots out the Cypher. A full opening. He walks pretty much into the operator there, but can't make good. on the classic. Has he stalled enough though? I believe he might have. No. That was, I think, a quarter of a second.
0.07 seconds.
Switching
0.0
sides.
seconds, Jade. What a clutch. Oh my god. Far Esports tying it 6-6. Shade, that was such a close one. Oh my goodness. It could have gone xCeed's way, but nevertheless here, both these teams tying it 6-6 in the first half. And like the snippets said here, fun fact for you guys, they have faced off against each other in the second qualifiers with Far Esports taking 13-11 in the map of Vine. This is scores to be settled in this first game here, Shade. And Shade, we were expecting 2-0s all the way, but guess what? It's jam-packed action all the way through in this second semi-finals here. Ladies and gentlemen here, second half, xCeed now on the defender side and Far Esports on the attacker side here, Shade.
Yeah, as a mirror scoreline of what we saw in map 1 of semi-final 1 as well, even Stevens at the end of the first half. But a contrast of how Far Esports are playing the attack here on the pistol. It was xCeed pretty much committing in with all 5 during their pistol run, but it's Far Esports who spread themselves out a bit, and they've got the initial pick on the Reina. You see Knight Rider making his way up towards Hoka, and he's just gonna go charging it. Tailwind straight up ahead, and Frenzy to the face. Down goes Sova, and that's the side rather under control. Cypher, I don't think he's gonna take an aggressive push here. Up past
Spike
elbow.
planted.
And he's just going to buy time for the rest of his teammates to come in. And
One
now,
enemy
that was the opening right there to try and make something happen. But it all just crumbles down. Far Esports take the pistol on attack here. First round of the second half. Wonderful start to this score. Tell us.
Well, the first pistol round was pretty much won from the side of xCeed here, and now Far Esports returns here. So pistol rounds on defenders right, from pretty much on the defender side has a 100% win rate thus far for this particular semifinals in the map of Vine. But at the same time here, it's, well, we are going to be seeing Vandal pickups from the side of Knight Rider here. Very aggressive approach from the side of Far Esports, but at the same time, they have the economy, they have the lead. They are going to try and stomp their way through here, but at the same time here, the drone will scout out this movement from the side of xCeed. He sees him overly aggressive here. He's got the angle available as well. He forces shock arrow. Unfortunately, forces the dash as well, as he is going to be repositioning himself. So that's going to be Far Esports backing out of A side completely on the showers here. So that's going to be the ultimate point contested, swinging in favor of xCeed for now. SMX going to be holding the angles here, jiggling his way through, hoping to get punish any kind of aggressors here from the side of xCeed, but looks like they will not play this. In this case, Gargot, they will catch off Sid Samba here, as Shibi pretty much holding the middle for themselves here, Shade.
Yeah, I think God L, aka Far Esports, have done a fantastic job of spreading themselves across the map here. They were expecting to maybe find a stack and didn't really want to put all their eggs in one basket, but having spread
30 seconds
these
left.
SMGs out, then they managed to win those duels out and eventually find themselves in here at
Spike
the
planted.
B side rather, as the cavalry heads the opposite direction. The spike gets planted in. At the end of the day, it is an SMG recovered for xCeed, but at this point of time, I don't think a save is going to be on the cards. I think they're going to try and maybe get more economic damage done with the SMG. In fact, scratch that, they're just setting up for exits here, I see.
Yep, seems to me they do have a couple of Spectres here. I definitely agree with the exit strategy. In this case, xCeed, they are playing a little bit low here. They do see movements coming in. Can they get the shot? Nope, they will not. But Whitehorse with the flick. Whoa! the spray transition here, getting both players by himself. So that's a huge run there coming from Far Esports, and because of that, they were able to take 8-6 here. Meanwhile, xCeed, this is not looking good for them here, and they have some scores to settle in this map. And Far Esports, they are 2 points away. But all things considered, it was the pistol round in the previous round here, but this time, due to the economical damage has been made here. Look at this. Far Esports, 3 rifles and 2 SMGs up on Far Esports. So that's going to be potentially what they were eyeing for from the previous round from xCeed here, Shade.
Well, we did see the stats come out there as well. Find is the most played by xCeed. They played 8 out of the 12 maps during their qualifiers. So kind of expect why xCeed here first picked Find. But if they do end up going down on this one, that's going to be a big confidence negator, as Far Esports would have pretty much stamped a statement down here. Far Esports, the plan does go in, but Far Esports do have the numbers advantage on the retake here.
Headshot.
Rather,
nice.
it is going to be xCeed on the retake. And their numbers are dwindling. 3v5. They do manage to get one. Make that 2. His Captain LK goes pick as well. But Chibi steps up massive. Simba tries to move up aggressively. The Dark Cloud try and catch one of the defenders off guard there post front, but no luck so far.
Oh, beautiful run there coming from Far Esports. But at the same time as well, the retake, the one-way smokes coming from Knight Rider down towards U-Haul. That was an interesting play here. But at the same time, xCeed knows that was happening as well. Did not take the fight, but eventually there was just too many people down towards U-Haul. So that definitely caught xCeed off guard. And Far Esports, they were just far ahead in this regards. But xCeed now, this is going to be, well, possibly another eco run for them here, as they have to make some sort of plays. Far Esports being a little bit confident here. Now going to be popping a couple of recon bolts coming in, but unfortunately doesn't see anything thus far. So that's going to be xCeed going in the dark for now. Here comes the drone here. They're going to be using the drone to try and set up for Shivi to go in for the pickoff here. No movements whatsoever. Spycam does see it. These movements here, as they are going to be pushing up so far towards Garden as well. Flashes coming in and concussion as well to go in for the pick here. Knight Rider going for the dash, tries to go for the pick, but it's going to be a one tap from xCeed there, as he's going to go for a single solo defense. Unfortunately, gets scouted out from Scargun from above. And Far Esports, they will manage to take the side for themselves. Bomb plants are coming in. xCeed is going for the push, but look at this. Captain LK looks his way with the shotty, goes in for the pump. And he gets the job done. He buys a little bit of time, but it's going to be 3 for 3 here. xCeed on the retake for now with the Sheriff. Can he go for the deal? PB9 steals the Phantom for himself, and somehow they manage to win the retake. It's going to be a 1v2 situation. All up to SMX. He gets the take, but PB9 will take the win as xCeed wins their eco round. Wow, what a play.
Keep your
Absolutely unbelievable play there coming in from xCeed. They just had the pistols. They had just the 2 players in towards the B site, and Far Esports going in with that push through long. I think that was pretty much done and dusted, if not for the pistols beginning to sing there. A couple of kills with the Sheriff, and xCeed were able to pick up the rifles, clutch that round out. Should have been a round in the back. Far Esports, they're gonna be kicking themselves. It should have been in double digits, but instead it is xCeed who might just have a way back here into map number 1 in the second half, I see.
Yeah, that was a play that they needed here, but because of this play, xCeed, they do have the economy to work with. They've got so much utility, and on top of that, they actually do force an operator up on xCeed here. So Far Esports, they have to be extremely careful about this round here, because the operator is going to be a costly blow to their faces if they get caught in it. But at the same time here, Far Esports, they are going to be thinking here, do they push towards B side? But it seems to me they're going to be spreading out evenly throughout the map. Meanwhile, xCeed, where do they set their ops on? Because as of now, it seems to be they are going to be stacking 2 players up towards U-Haul, and xCeed is going to be putting 3 players up towards B. So that's going to be an interesting approach here, as Shower's completely exposed from the side of xCeed here. But at the same time, we do see a tactical timeout here, as they need to figure out what's going to be the next play styles here, Shade.
Yep. Like you said, no aggressive plays whatsoever from xCeed in this round by the looks of things, at least with where the agents are positioned right now. We do have 3 players towards B, 2 at A, both playing towards D hall, no presence towards shower, and no one really in any aggressive position to get any sort of information. And for esports, I think if they can get an early pick off here in this round, they're going to be able to dictate xCeed's movement, considering they're going to be completely starved for information early in this round. But xCeed, I think in a couple of these rounds, at least, we've seen individual plays from xCeed stepping up early in the round, giving them the advantage. So something that Far Esports will be looking to change up here. They do still continue to have the 2-round lead and still will be favorites to kind of take this, but xCeed 8 out of 12 times on this map, having played it the most of all the teams in the tournament so far. I wouldn't put it past them to make yet another comeback here.
Oof. As of now, this is really tough to decide, right? Like, considering that xCeed, they win the pistol round, I would say the eco round against Far Esports. And that should have economically damaged Far Esports by a lot. And I'm not surprised that they do not have utilities or weaponry to play against with the operator. But at the same time, xCeed, as the game drags on by, this is something they have to figure out. Hey, this is where, are we slowing down the momentum, or are we playing smartly here? Because as of now, xCeed, that pistol round would have riled up the momentum, and it might be Far Esports' decision to like say, hey, we gotta take a chill pill. What happened in that round? How did we lose that round? That's gonna be discussions made between both these teams here, and hopefully they'll be able to reset in time here. But it seems to me the game will proceed here as Far Esports will be going on an aggressor here. Seems to be they are gonna be progressing in towards B side, and Far Esports once again, they're gonna be setting up shop here with xCeed. That was going for the pick here. He goes for the shot, he misses it. Oh no, the aim punch connects the dot, and xCeed is gonna lose with his life here. He's down to his 10 HP, and now here comes the Hunter's Fury coming in, and he will connect. That's gonna be the operator taken down by SMX. Oh my goodness, their shade. Oh, that's gonna be so unfortunate for xCeed there.
Yeah, wonderfully done in conjunction with the breach there. And the numbers there, White Horse. And looks like we will have PB9 blow one player up in Scarguard there. He spots out a second one as well. 2 players towards Showers. And with the fight getting planted in, xCeed, they're gonna have their work cut out with the numbers disadvantage here. They need xCeed to come up massive here, find an opener, but as time ticks, that seems highly unlikely. And Empress being used up here. Let's see if Captain LK can work on with the Reyna here to try and make things happen. The Lear comes out and they do get the opener. And a second, and the third, the Empress going huge here for xCeed, and they make that shooting look a lot easier than it actually should have been there. I see.
Wow, that was a really nice Empress egg on PB9. Like, he showed himself in front of him in a very weird angle where he needed to position, like the other guy had to reposition his crosshairs just to get the headshot. Meanwhile, PB9 had a perfect line of headshot here to instantly goes in for the one tap. So that was a beautiful stuff here coming from PB9 on top of the Empress. So every single animation she does will be reduced by a huge amount there. So that was a huge round here with the Empress, and xCeed needed that win. And on top of that, they were able to save their operator for their team here. So right now, it's going to be xCeed in the advantages here. 4 ultimates available on xCeed here. And Knight Rider going to be pushing very aggressive on towards Hookah here, and did not expect this, as Knight Rider is looking to go for a pick towards elbow here. Drone does see him. They know exactly where they are, but look at this. The Hunter Spirit set up here to try and catch them off, and they fell in, walked in for the bait. The drone sees them, and the Hunter Fury connects, and just like that, Far Esports They lose 2, and they are gonna be losing another one as Scargot gets caught up in U-Haul. My goodness, xCeed. Massive ultimates coming in. And on top of that, they still have the Neuron Jump and the Blaze Storm. Knight Rider forces the Blaze Storm, gets shut down by Sid Samba. Sit down, brother. But it's not over. White Horse trying to clutch in for the team. Neuron Turf is there, but he gets clapped 48. xCeed, they are here to go in for the retake here, but White Horse, he needs to go in for the plant. 3v1, but the Shock Arrow will force him out, and Sid Samba will kill him off. My goodness, what a round by xCeed here, Shade.
They try and play very fast towards the B side. 3 players aggressing up towards the hookah early on. They don't spot anyone out there very early on, but there was that hunt. As soon as they spot the multiple players towards hookah, we see the Hunter's Fury go out, completely shutting that push down in its tracks, picking up an early kill for xCeed as well, and Far Esports never really recovered from that point on. 9-9, we're back to even Stevens, and Far Esports, they're out of money here. xCeed in a wonderful position to take the lead in this matchup if things go according to plan, but they rarely do. In fact, in Indian FPS, Pistols are, they have a mind of their own. They're very hard to suppress. Is that going to be the case here yet again, Icy?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard here because as of now they have to force some sort of a play here, possibly a couple 1-peaks coming in from Far Esports, but at the same time looks like they are going to go for the play save here as a huge run here from BB9 catches on 2, but at the same time they will get the Vandal as well. Knight Rider popping 2 hits off, so they will be able to secure the Vandal here, but as of now the spike is going to be exposed here and they are going to be planting for short in this regards. Meanwhile, goes in for an aggressive push, but Samba will get caught off from Knight Rider from the sides of the showers here. This time he's going to reposition himself here. Faith misses the dash, but at the same time, the Archer check him out, but the Neuroturf does scout him out. And that's going to be Knight Rider getting taken out here. White Horse down towards the last HP. He needs to go in for the clutch, but they are going to go for the defuse here. They don't exactly know where they are, but nope. He shows himself. He goes for the tap. Unfortunately, doesn't take him down to be able to go in for the double clutch here. But that's going to be xCeed making a comeback, making a statement. The game's not over to the fat lady sings, guys. 10-9. Oh no, Shade. This is nerve-wracking here, Shade.
If Neural Theft was not available for xCeed there, I think Knight Rider would have gotten at least one more up towards from tower, but he gets spotted out, instantly taken down, turning that retake in favor of xCeed. But that is all their ultimates expended, while Far Esports, they didn't really get to use Rolling Thunder that time around. I'm sure they would have loved to get that out and maybe pick up at least a kill on the back of that in the previous round. But it will be available for Far Esports here, but xCeed now, they've taken the lead at the absolute best time. They're just 3 rounds away now from taking map number 1. I think coming in, I did expect Far Esports to have the edge in this, but I wasn't aware of the fact that xCeed absolutely loved their bind. And having played it 8 times already in the qualifiers, I think that kind of skews this map at least a little on paper in their favor. But in execution terms, I think they've stepped up massive here in the second half. And Far Esports, their attack needs to maybe see a couple of changes here if they are to make a comeback, Icy.
Yeah, and speaking of a comeback here, because as of now, xCeed, they do not have the operators available here. They have to play a little bit slow in this regards here, but the game continues here, and we are going to be proceeding in this small pause here coming from both the teams here. xCeed will take the lead, but this time it's up to Far Esports. Early on, they had the bomb plant, so that's going to be a little bit economy played here. But Sim Samba, once again, he's going to play a little bit aggressive here. The recon is there. They know exactly where he is. This time, Knight Rider going to be pushing very aggressive towards hookah, but smokes are coming in. The camp does scout it out, so Knight Rider knows exactly what's up, but at the same time, look at this, Shade. They're backing it out. They're trying to bait rotations. Our esports will play it so, but at the same time, Shivi will pop the ultimate. It's gonna be a massive one here. Catches one on elbow, so immediately goes in for the retake as well. Knight Rider will force all the way towards the side here, and now xCeed, they won't concede the site for themselves, but you can see blind shots, wall bangs all the way through, but the bomb plant is still available. The sharp arrow clips Knight Rider on the edge, connects a little bit of dodge here, but look at this, Knight Rider playing aggressively. Can he catch it? Yes, he can! He catches December, and that's gonna be more kills! Oh my god, he's got 4!
Spike
And
planted.
now, down to the last man standing here. xCeed losing only last member here. Now, on top of that, Knight Rider taking the operator away from xCeed. What a huge round for Far Esports. Now PB9, last man standing. Can he go in for the exits here? But they are spread out. Can he go in? No, he cannot. And a flawless round for Far Esports, making it 10-10. Ay. Shade. This game. So close there.
Well,
Shade.
It doesn't stop delivering is this game here, I see. Well orchestrated attack there coming in from the breach as well as the jet. The breach using the rolling thunder, not really connecting onto many agents, but what it did was allow Knight Rider to get onto the back of site unnoticed. He just stays there, and as the hit comes in towards the A site and the rotations come in from xCeed, he just mows them down. 3 pick-offs, one by one, and there's no one really left standing there for a retake at the A site at the end there for xCeed. Far Esports respond back with a wonderful mind play, but can they repeat that back out yet again? It only cost them the one ultimate, so they will have the neural theft back online, the teleports back up as well. Blade Storms available for Far Esports as well, while it's only the Empress online for xCeed. But we've seen what the Empress was able to achieve a few rounds back. Will be able to do that again. The drone spot at least 2 players out here, and that might just signal a rotation back towards B early on in the round here for Far Esports.
Yes, speaking of which here, 38 seconds on the clock here. Far Esports taking a page off xCeed here, playing a little bit slow here. Meanwhile, Captain LK gonna be holding elbow here. Bladestorm being expended
30
from the side.
seconds
Knight Rider,
left.
they are going to go for the push. Cypher Cage is there, goes in for the dash. He's gonna try and cut out the back lines here. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to connect. A lot of pre-fires are coming in, but at the same time, the bomb plan has to be caught out as well. Captain LK gonna be going for a couple wall bangs here. It does connect. Sharp arrow forces him back a little bit more here, but the smokes are coming in. The bomb has been planted. xCeed looking for the retake here. The Empress has been expanded as well. They are going to be opening things up as well, but Seba goes with a huge one. PB9 won't connect on the Scar God, but unfortunately, immediately goes for a dismiss. He's looking for more, and now he's going to go for more. Unfortunately, White Horse will catch him off guard. It's down towards a 1v1 situation. xCeed will go in for the clutch here, but they can't seem to find the last player remaining here. But as you can see, they're just looking around. He finally sees him on the edge. He's holding it off. Can he go for the wall bang? He goes over the rotate. White Horse going for the big brain plays. He baits him out, and he takes him out. White Horse, what a fake with the drone. Makes it 11-10. Sacrifices his life for the cause.
Well, big brains play there at the end in that cat and mouse game. He had to go for the guess, and he guesses absolutely right in a crucial round that goes the way of Far Esports. I think the Dark Cloud there going in towards the back of site, preventing the jet from being able to get onto the site as Far Esports made their way in was absolutely crucial for them there. Otherwise, xCeed, I think, would have been able to hold off that push much early on. Having said that, though, is a wonderful retake coming in from xCeed. The Empress almost doing just about enough yet again, but hold that thought. They're trying to make their way in towards the A site early on here. Again, the Hunter's Fury all the way from spawn doesn't really do much here. Actually, you know what? He does find Scar card. So all is not lost in win. 4v4 on the retake, but I don't see an opportunity back in, especially considering there's no rifles on the board. It's mere pistols here. They're going to be walking into a slaughter, into a crossfire. They're taking him apart. Get down, son. Get down.
Match point.
Oh, what did I just watch? What did I just watch, Shade? Whitehorse, what a beast! 25 kills on Far Esports. And my goodness, they are now on match point for Far Esports as xCeed looking for their revenge. Unfortunately, the chances are getting slimmer here, and this might be their potential final round. And Far Esports, one poor match away from taking the first game in this best of 3 semi-finals here. xCeed not gonna be giving up yet here, but Far Esports looking to close up here with the drone. Knight Rider pushing up forward here. They do scouted information. Can't seem to find it here, but Knight Rider is going for the chase towards U-Haul. And he going for the pickup, but at the same time, the flash is coming in. Knight Rider will catch out BB9. So that's going to be 4-3 right now. And the instant quick bomb
Spike
plant
planted.
towards A side. xCeed now with 3 players left. This is going to be a do or die situation. They have to retake this. Knight Rider playing a little bit safe on towards U-Haul now. As you can see, the pings are coming in. Knight Rider holding the angles here. Scar God gonna be hoping to get a couple of potential picks towards CT, but doesn't seem to be able to do much here. As xCeed, they are getting stalled all the way through. Look at this, the smokes come in, but at the same time, Scargod is looking to buy a little bit more time for himself as well. You can see the pings are coming in. Knight Rider with the one-way smoke, looking to go for the pickup, but Scooby will take him down, and they are looking to catch a rob. But the bomb is ticking. Do they have time? They have to go in for the push. Can they stop the diffuser? No, they cannot, and that will be xCeed's
Attackers
downfall as Far Esports takes
One
the
enemy
first
remaining.
game in this second semi-finals here, Shade.
How close was that matchup, IC? I think it was as close as the map one from semi-final number 1, though the scores is a little different, but there were a lot of those rounds that came down to the absolute last duel, and unfortunate there for xCeed, kind of lost the momentum that they had picked up at the beginning of that second half, allowing Far Esports back in on a couple of those occasions. In Far Esports is able to see things through there at the end. Stellar executes, I must say. Working together in tandem, usage of spells to try and take control of sites. I think in an attacking front, it was as perfect as it gets from Far Esports there at the end. Those rounds that mattered, I think every single player stepped up, absolutely clutch, allowing Far Esports to down xCeed on Bind. Just to put things in perspective, of the 12 maps they've played so far, 8 have been on Bind for xCeed, and it was their map pick. It was their strongest attempt in this BO3 series, and having seen that go the way of Far Esports, I think is going to set them up in a very good position for the remainder of the series, I see.
Yes, indeed here, but it's going to be a really, really tough one here for xCeed fans. But at the same time, exceeding expectations is something they have to pull up here in game number 2 here, because game 1, Far Esports, a couple of huge runs there coming from Knight from Knight Rider as well as Whitehorse, but still that particular round in the final, I think it was round 22, Knight Rider with that spray transition takedown. That was insane. Very quick, easy headshots all the way through, just destroys xCeed here. But nevertheless here, game number 2 is going to be their potential pickup here, potential comebacks for xCeed fans. But nevertheless here, Far Esports, we saw crucial moments here. And of course, for those of you guys watching at home, be sure to comment down in the comments as well to vote who is going to be your favorite team here, as we are going to be having a special prize for them coming in towards the grand finals happening tomorrow as well. Because as of now, as you can see, Far Esports, they are 1 game ahead here and 1 step closer to reaching towards the grand finals to meet up against Noble Esports here, Shade. But nevertheless here, we are going to be taking a very, very short break, and we'll be right back before like that. And we'll come back with game number 2 in this second semi-finals here. My name is ICBaby12. He is Shadeslayer, and this is VALORANT Warfare, brought to you by Playtonia. See you guys in a bit.
Good evening and welcome back, everyone, to the semi-finals day of Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare. I'm Shadeslayer. Joining me back, my partner in crime, Baby 1-2. We just witnessed map number 1 of the second semi-final. It was xCeed coming very close, but just not close enough of taking down VALORANT Esports on what would be xCeed's, I think, best shot on bind, but it was not enough there to take them over the finish line, I see.
Yeah, that's just unfortunate here. And they were looking for the payback all the way through. And it just didn't happen. But at the same time, considering it's a best of 3, anything can happen, right? Bind may not have worked for them. Hopefully, in this next map, in the map of Haven, things are going to be a little bit different here. So I'm looking to see whether or not they're going to be able to switch up a little bit better in game number 2 and hopefully carry the mentality and not give up yet and hopefully make a comeback from game number 2. But nevertheless here, this is going to be, I believe, VALORANT Esports' map to play in the map of Haven. And coming to this game here, I'm looking forward to see how the scoreboard is going to be happening here from both these teams, considering that we saw brilliance and moments coming for both these teams here. But for those of you who's just joining us here, as you can see, the map 13 to 11, I believe, coming in favor
13
of...
to 10 in
13
favor
to 10.
of... Yeah. 13 to 10 in favor of VALORANT Esports. Having a look at the scorecard, we have White Horse on top, 27, 12, and 3. KPR of 1.17. Only the one first blood there. 303 combat score in average. But looking all the way down the scorecard for VALORANT Esports, Scargod, despite getting the 14 kills only, we see him get 5 first blood. So a lot of high-risk, high-reward plays, putting himself in a situation where he's entry fragging early in the round for VALORANT Esports. So despite only ending up with 14 kills, he's got a lot of high-value kills in many of these rounds. Knight Rider, 22 kills, 11 deaths and 2 assists with an econ rating of 97, average combat score of 270 and a 0.96, almost a 1 average kill per round, as White Horse and Knight Rider pretty much dictate the frags for VALORANT Esports. While on the other side for xCeed, it's Shade coming in with 19, 16, and 5 with an average combat score of 252 and a KPR of 0.83. PB9 with 17 kills, 20 deaths. Simba with 15. Scooby and Captain Erkin not having the best of times on Bind IC.
Yeah, speaking of which as well, I want to talk a little bit more on the plays here, especially from Samba, right? He was pretty much the MVP clutch maker, or in this case, a playmaker from xCeed, right? And there were so many moments he was shut down as a Jet player because of the plays being made from SMX from the side of VALORANT Esports. And I think like SMX is pretty much the unsung hero in this game, considering that he's got 9 assists. On top of that, he's got 17 kills. And there were so many moments where his shock arrow was so on point, clipping on so many damage, so many entries in that regards. And also the drone baits on top of the Hunter's Fury that actually caught Samba with the operator, which was not, we did not expect that at all, but his Hunter's Fury has been on point all the way through here. And as a support player, to be able to be so aggressive and getting frags all the way through was just insane here. And on top of that, you have to give credit towards xCeed as well. He's top fragging as a so-called support role agent on a Sova. He's top fragging. So something must be wrong, you know? Like the recon arrow has been on point. It might have been the shock arrow, but something is wrong if the supports are top fragging. But nevertheless here, I feel like VALORANT Esports, they definitely played it very well. It was pretty much a close finish as well between both these teams here, Shade.
Yeah, coming in towards the end of the map 1 itself, I believe VALORANT Esports, in terms of execution, were absolutely on point. The synergy with the abilities used, the timing of the pushes, the key pickoffs, perfect post-plant plays as well. I think all in all, in terms of execution, they got it nailed down to perfection, and there were very nearly no opportunities offered for xCeed in many of these rounds to even attempt a retake of sorts. So big props to Far Esports, aka Godel, for taking map 1 on Bind. And now, before we move into map 2, let's have a look at some head-to-head stats for the players out here. I do believe it's going to be pretty close up top with a reappearance from the scorecard coming in from Whitehorse, as well as xCeed, 27 kills from Whitehorse up against 19 from xCeed, but neither of these play. I think it came more down to the rest of the support team to find those initial first bloods to try and play the entry and set up the round for xCeed as well as Whitehorse to come in and do the cleanup.
Yeah, Whitehorse was just playing low in the shadows for quite some time. Like after the second half came in, he was just popping off all the way through. He was just doing so much damage. He got that instant spray transition with the final flicks as well, was just mind blown to watch as well. And I think it's a really good duo that we'll be watching out for, which is Whitehorse as well as Knight Rider. Knight Rider has been, very consistent throughout the entire first half. But coming in the second half here, we didn't see too much. But there were moments there he was just doing so much damage here. But ladies and gentlemen here, enough of game 1. Guess what? I know you guys are excited to see how both these teams are going to be faring up against each other here. And this is going to be game 2.
Yeah, we're already into the map. In fact, both sides losing one player out. Knight Rider does take down xCeed. Simba able to finally take down the Jet there. They found themselves on the site as Far Esports, and they're waiting in with the flashes. The double flash going up. He goes straight into the pistol, but Whitehorse yet again steps up for Far Esports, and on attack, they find the first round on Haven Icy.
Yep. Well, Far Esports, going to be driving their momentum from game number 1 into game 2 here, winning the pistol rounds. But this is going to be interesting, right? We've talked about how Haven is so hard to defend against just because of how many entry points they can be. But based on my personal statistics of watching tournaments here, defenders have, well, I've seen more teams win on the defender side rather than on the attacker side. So as of now, Far Esports in a great start for the approach here. But at the same time, looking at those picks here, Knight Rider will get a pick down towards the sewers here. And in this case, with the Bulldog, going to be doing a little bit more damage in that regards here. Saba going a little bit aggressive down mid here, gets punished for it, and that's going to be Far Esports leading with 4-3. But at the same time, they lose the Cypher. PB9 looking to get a couple of weaponries here. Unfortunately, say he will back off. Meanwhile, Scooby going to be completely letting A side off the mark.
Yeah, that's a push coming in towards A-Long from the Sova, but no real commitment from the rest of Our Esports here. They're going to send the drone in, and the drone's not going to find anything here, as xCeed are playing too centric towards B, as is just the one player up at Garage, I believe. In fact, she's made her way through the link back towards B, so they're going to try and take a gamble on this, but they've left the C side wide open. And Far Esports, once they do shut this down, I don't think xCeed's going to be able to retake this, considering they have absolutely no weapons.
Spike planted.
What a play there with the drone as well. But at the same time, PB9 will get scouted out. Scargol will go in for the spray, gets the takedown. So that's going to be 2 guys left from the side of xCeed here. He's looking to go for the push. Recombo does not scout it up, but he goes for the push. But unfortunately, will get pincered from the guys from Far Esports. So they will lead with 2-0. But on top of that here, Shade, the SMX drone, forcing every single member from the side of xCeed to rotate towards A just by making so much noise with the drone, allowed Far Esports to just take C side for themselves completely here. So beautiful stuff coming in from xCeed. Meanwhile, beautiful stuff coming from Far Esports, but meanwhile, xCeed, they are going to be under rifle rounds here. Hopefully, things are going to be a little bit better for now. Meanwhile, Shivi still holding on with the breach here. So that's going to be Far Esports still abusing the breach. Going to be popping flasher, blinds on PB9, so catches him off guard here. So he's going to play a little bit safe here, momentarily here, Shade.
Yeah, PB9 is going to back himself up into that cubby there just outside of B and keep himself there for the moment. xCeed playing all the way back on the site of C as Jet slowly sneaking in. They're going to send the drone in early as well. Let's see if they can spot the player out. They don't, and allows xCeed to just pick him apart. He gets two before ScarGod finally silences him down, but I think they've lost way too much already. But as I say that, Viper is able to sneak himself in towards Garage, get one before he's silenced by PB9. 3v2 here, and we do have, in fact, one of the players bleeding internally pretty heavy, and he's gonna be able to step himself in towards the site and get the plant in. Omen though so low. How can he clutch this out? It's gonna be down to the Sova to try and make the majority of the plays here. SMX gives away his position, but ScarGod steps up big, then he gets two, but just 26 HP, make that three. Oh my lord, I said he was low on HP. It didn't matter at all. SMX plays the perfect bait.
What a play there coming from ScarGod. If you take a real recap there, he actually went in for the double, I think it was a fake teleporter twice, which caused xCeed to actually check all the angles before that fight here. But yeah, that's going to be pretty much the replay for you guys. But a couple of kills here and there. But Far Esports, they will go in for the clutch here. But Scooby, that was... Well, that was okay, not Scooby. I mean Far Esports, that Omen, like the fake teleport. What? Like the double fake disrupted everyone from the side of xCeed. They were panicking. Did he fake it? Did he teleport? Did he do this? And they were checking every single corners. And in the glimpse of that confusion, Far Esports was able to capitalize that and just take down all three members just like that. So that was beautiful stuff coming in from Far Esports here, Shade.
Yeah, and he did go for the short step as well to get the plant down in the first place. I think if he walks that distance down, we saw xCeed already having pushed in through A tunnels. They were in position to take the spike carrier down. So I think Far Esports, a series of perfect decisions made. SMX playing the perfect bait as well, all the way from A shot there, providing enough distraction for ScarGod to clean up the players one by one, ending up with a 3K on the pulse swap situation. 3-0. xCeed yet to get themselves on the scorecard. They're out of money and they're probably out of luck, at least for now.
Yep, the drones are going to be scouting a little bit here from the side of C here. And meanwhile, we do see Captain LK going to be playing a little bit cheeky here with the shorties, hoping to get a couple one pumps here. But at the same time, no one's going to be lurking down towards sewer. So that's going to be a short completely ignored from the side of Far Esports as they are making their way down towards long. Captain LK, if he decides to push here, that's going to be a major pickup here, backstab, if he gets it off. But at the same time, playing a little bit slow. But guess what? On the minimap here, they know exactly where they are. They're going for the push, but eventually it's not too late here as Knight Rider will get the first headshot in as PB9 will get taken out. And immediately gets an easy plant down to Far Esports. And another takedown from Shivi is Captain LK will get scouted out. So the shorty not going to be able to do much. Shivi getting another one as well. That's going to be xCeed crumbling with the cookie jar.
Utility usage has been on point from Far Esports so far. Moving into the site, they've got so many ways to check for agents on site. You've got yourself the Sova Dart. You've also got yourself a Cypher moving in. You're providing enough cover. Jet is there to move in and out of tricky situations. You have the drone coming in as well. They've used this information, they've looked for these information, found them and used them almost instantaneously to not allow xCeed an opportunity of responding back, whether it is on the side defense, whether it is with rotations. Far Esports have been on point, and xCeed, I think they should be back onto rifles here, but unless they're able to kind of get a read on what Far Esports are up to, things are going to look very uphill for them. Stargard, though, able to find one. They do find 2 kills in, only
I
for
know exactly where you
back
are.
almost instantaneously. And with the use of the neural tech, they do have the locations back out as well. Push coming in. Yes, Viper coming in with the big pick off from SMX as he drops Simba. And that gives access back off the A bomb site as they continue to push the issue here. Will they be able to sneak out
No more
the
charges
Cypher on
left.
site? They don't check the corner. They just run in, offer up the first kill for free, bring this down to 2v2. Now it's a lot more doable for xCeed. But Cypher walks into an MTC
30
site.
seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Big duel here, and SMX ends up losing it, leaving it all to do for White Horse.
planted.
Gets the spike one in. 2v1, his position given out as well. In comes the Lear, but he set himself up to try and get the first duel out. Timing's gonna be everything. The peak timing here, he might end up finding that one. He takes Cypher down. It's down to 1v1, and he loses back out again. Down goes Reyna, down goes xCeed, and their hopes of a retake, is that their hope of a grand final berth sealed as well, I see.
That's gotta be the slowest flick in the history of Valorant, but it was so precise. The first headshot just got the job done. White Horse, what a flex right there as Far Esports. They're leading 5-0 here in xCeed. This seems to me they are losing their steam from game number 1. And Far Esports, they are going to steamroll their way here. But as of now, Haven, they're trying their best here. Can they make the win here? Overheat available. But at the same time, BB9, he's going to push a little bit aggressive here. Not going to get punished from the side of xCeed here. Meanwhile, Far Esports, they will lose their breach player all the way through. Hunter's Fury being expanded as well, hoping to catch someone in Barnes. But unfortunately, doesn't seem to connect here. Tries to slow down track a little bit more. But as you can see, they do see this movement coming in. BB9 going to be forcing the Lear as well. He catches one. He's looking for the repick. No, he won't get punished for it. And that's going to be Far Esports down towards the last 2 members standing, and xCeed will finally take a side for their own.
Revealing area.
Well, not really take a side, but defend the side in this case.
I think finally they've managed to figure out Far Esports, who've at least run out of gas for this round here. 2v4, make no mistake, we've seen Far Esports walk their way out of situations like this previously. This map alone is a tailwind straight up ahead. It's gonna walk straight into the path of Captain LK, who gets a couple of kills there. Money in the bank, a lot of confidence boosted up as well. That was and pretty much had no option but to try and overwhelm the player up as side with the mere numbers, get the spike planted in and hope for the best. But it is xCeed getting themselves onto the scorecard there on the back of a couple of sloppy engagements early on in the round from Far Esports. They found effort to do more of that. Might just allow xCeed a road back into this first half.
Nowhere to run.
Yep, speaking of which, they do see movements coming from Far Esports. Immediately gets caught off. SMX goes for the Hunter's Fury. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to connect here, but the Jet will get taken down here as Knight Rider will be the first one to fall from the side of Far Esports. Meanwhile, xCeed, they are going to be looking for more here. White Horse going to be playing a little bit slow on the long approach here. Scarguard will find a pick up to Sitsemba, so that's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade-off here. Drone comes in, BB9 completely dodges it. Oh, but they check, and that will be Shibi taking him out, and that's gonna be pretty unfortunate there. And nope, that's gonna be another one here in the bag as Captain LK will get taken down. So the bomb will be planted from the side of Far Esports, and they are gonna be on the retake here from the side of xCeed. Meanwhile, they have pretty much got the entire side for themselves here, and xCeed, they're so split far apart here. this time there's no way they're going to be able to go for the retake here, as they are looking to go in for exits potentially, or maybe potentially going to be saving up a little bit more in terms of economy here. So that's going to be pretty unfortunate here coming from xCeed there, Shay.
Yeah, that was despair there. For a second, I thought the drone had managed to get its way through without spotting the defender there, but the spin around at the absolute last second. He had nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. Pretty much had to take that fight up against the breach. And a pretty easy A-site take there coming in from Far Esports. They respond back almost instantaneously with the rounder. They're going to try and chase this rifle down in... Sova manages to hang on to the Phantom. Small win in the grand scheme of things. Let's see if that is going to allow xCeed to turn their fortunes around here in the first half, because Far Esports so far have run away with most of it.
This goes here. Yes,
Yep,
this
speaking
should
of
do.
which, Captain LK trying his best to actually play for the team here, as he's going to be sending out a lot of
This is
cypher
a
cages
nice
all the way through here. You can see pings
goes there.
all the way through
goes
from
here.
xCeed here, trying to set up for the team here. But Far Esports, are they going to be taking towards A approach once again here? But seems to me, Samba will try and push towards garage once again. Unfortunately, not going to be happening here. Knight Rider going to be aggressively pushing towards long once again, but no movements whatsoever yet from the side of xCeed here. As you can see, location review here. PB9 going to be popping the Empress here as he's going to be pushing up towards C, but guess what? Nobody's there, and Samba will get the first knockout to his White Horse down towards A long, and they know A side is going to be the aggression coming in from Far Esports, as they are going to be pushing down towards sewers as well. Short is pretty much exposed as of now, but xCeed, they're playing this extremely so. They have the showstopper available on the raise, but unfortunately they are not in position. But nice smoke there coming in from Far Esports
Destroyed.
with Scarguard going to be blocking in the teams here, and now the Plum Plant is going to be there. Far Esports going for the push. Captain LK looking for the repick here. Can he find one? But here comes the showstopper. They are going to be hiding up, but at the same time doesn't seem to connect. But Shibi won't force the ultimate available, and that's going to be the counter engagements coming from Far Esports. Catches one. PB9 will get taken down. Knight Rider pretty much blinded here, going to be stuck on the corner, but Samba is looking for the aggressive push, double push to a shot. Can he catch him off? No, he will not. Knight Rider stays sit down, son. He gets one. He's gonna be choked on the side, but Shibi comes in for the rescue and saves the day and pulls the big one for Far Esports here, Shay.
Well, the Cypher Captain LK, as soon as he activates the spy cam and figures out the positions of at least a couple of the attackers there, I thought that was pretty much it. He did a fantastic job of falling back, ensuring he does not get hit by the shock dart coming in thereafter. But the retake kind of falls flat there at the end with the breach able to set up, and the fact that the showstopper was completely whiffed there, finding not a single ounce of damage, pretty much meant xCeed had to go in face first, try and take those duels head on, and Far Esports come out on top on every single one of those. 7-1. This match is slipping
Out of charges.
quick and fast out of xCeed's hands here.
Yep. Speaking of which, here, Samba playing a little bit aggressively here. He's going to be pushing down towards mid here, going for a couple of wall bangs. Unfortunately, doesn't seem to connect anyone here. But guess what? As soon as he goes for the reload, he's dead. He's going to try to put exit here. Unfortunately, he will get flushed out, as xCeed will take two in the back here in this eco round from side of xCeed. Meanwhile, Neurontev also being expended as well. Oh no, they know exactly where they all are. And Far Esports, they're looking to go in for the hunt here. Bomb plant is available here. They do scout out PB9 out in the open, and that's going to be him down for the count. So a free sheriff in the back of Far Esports now. Shade.
Well, the neural theft comes in, and at that point of time, it was Reyna all alone on the seaside.
30 seconds left.
With
Spike
the
planted.
entirety of Far Esports charging in at her. And all things considered, we're seeing a very similar trend to the first BO3 that we did watch today. A very close map 1 and an absolutely skewed map number 2. And Far Esports are pretty much on route to repeating what Noble Esports did to Reckoning in their second outing on Ascent as well. This time around, it's going to be on David. They're trying to save in here. xCeed, they do have a couple of ultimates available the next time around. I think Neural Theft is still going to play a massive part in the defense for xCeed if there is an opportunity for a retake coming in late into the round. But as things stand, Far Esports, they just look far too clinical. They're getting some of these duels pretty much for free early on in the round without having to risk too much. xCeed, a couple of times you've seen them able to step up and take these fights, but more less than not, there have been no trade potential at all. They've been taking these individual duels and not really getting much in return. And that has left Far Esports in a commanding position here, moving in towards the latter part of the first half. Simba, though, looking to turn the fortunes around. A wonderful flick on to next. Can you find more? They're going to continue to push in. The double blast pack allows them to get out of that air, and he finds Knight Rider coming in as well. Two huge pickoffs. Let's see if this is going to allow xCeed an opportunity to get a peek back into the first half, and then likely miss from Simba there on the third attempt. White Horse wins that fight out. In comes the drone. Let's see if they can find out positions of more than one. No, they can. The breach is there as well. The fourth line connects in, slowing the push even further. The dark covers out as well. Lear allowing the push to come through. Scargard, you've seen him go massive into position before. He finds the first, but it's only going to be one. xCeed fights one, but Scar and White Horse do manage to hold on for dear life. They're going to try and hold the in, and the Shivy does get eventually taken down. So Far Esports not finding a lot more there early on the post-plant situation. I think they needed at least a couple from Scargard if they were to make that happen.
Yeah, that was a big one here coming from xCeed, and they needed the round as well. Sid Samba was, well, he was the operator for the team for game number 1, but this game, he popped up with 2 kills. Unfortunate to say, he could not get the third one, but that was a crucial round that they needed to actually try and pick up some steam to get some sort of a momentum back in track here. In this case, 2-8 for esports, pretty much very comfortable in the first half, but at the same time, they're getting a little bit too comfortable in this regards. But nevertheless here, the game's not over. As you can see, Knight Rider, they're looking to go in for the long push here. Samba popping off once again. He won't get the first entry, first blood here, as a White Horse will get taken down. Captain LK going to be playing the supportive role, looking for a couple of shots, and he does try and find those kind of information here.
Look at the Reina though, aggressive position towards long, and she's probably going to get the first one for free. Scargard goes down. Shivi eventually replies back. She would have loved to get the 2K, but SMX finding xCeed, pushing in aggressively through mid. xCeed end up playing over-aggressive in a situation where they really didn't need to. But Samba, and he's everything. He fights one, and unfortunately, he couldn't reply back instantaneously. Throws the paint shell out, turns back across, does not expect Shivy to already have pushed through towards
30 seconds left.
Gets taken out 2v2. The rush coming in towards C-side. We already have Breach going in with the spike plant in the defense. Holding strong so far. Sova, though, up against the Omen. That's going to be a crucial fight coming through. You see the flash being held up, and SMX aggression, well, it wasn't needed, and Scooby wins that all-important duel. It's all down to the Breach bring in from long. He's going to have to pay attention. He does, however, have the Rolling Thunder available. He has quite a few flashes available as well. There is the fall line available. He's going to use the ultimate very early on. He's just going to push through, gets the pick onto Scooby, and falls back in. Oh my lord, is he going to make this happen? The spray through the smoke, take it! No time for the diffuse as well.
Last round in the hash.
1v2 clutch coming in from Shivy there on the Breach. Perfect usage of abilities there yet again, and xCeed just can't seem to catch a break here, I see.
What a play there coming from Shivy. Like, wow, like the patience from him here, the pings from his teammates to actually assist him to going for the spray here, getting the 2 frags here. That's what we call teamwork at its finest here. But nevertheless, going for the patience play, that was what they needed here. 9-2, destroying the dreams of xCeed, potentially making a comeback. That's just really, really unfortunate here. Meanwhile, xCeed popping off here, getting the first blood, taking down Scar God. So that's going to be a 5v4 advantage here with VALORANT Esports going to be playing on the retreat here. PB9 looking for the pick here. Can he get the headshot? Yes, he will. He instantly goes in for the heal as well. Goes in for the Leer. Try catch up one off. But unfortunately, instant reactions coming from VALORANT Esports. So that's going to be PB9 not able to retrieve the weapons there. So xCeed now 4v3. Knight Rider already pushed so far a lot, but guess what? Nobody's in heaven, and this time Captain LK is gonna be playing towards short here. Meanwhile, SMX will get the pick on towards xCeed down mid, so it's gonna be equaling things out into a 3v3 situation. PB9 still holding the garage for quite some time. He's gonna be jiggling his way with this crouch here. SMX, but is he get the shot? No, he will not. That's gonna be the second shot that PB9 gets here. And that's going to be weaponry for him. Captain LK getting shot here. Going for the shotgun. Does he connect? Nope. He will not. Knight Rider will go in for the wall bang now. Making it 2-2.
30 seconds left.
VALORANT Esports will get the bomb plant in here, Shade. As PB9 immediately using the Empress here. Go in for the push. He's going to make a run for it here. The smokes are coming in to try and set things up here. But here comes the concussion coming in. And that's going to be Breach trying to buy time for the team here. They are going to be shooting every single corner, but they know exactly where they are. And that's going to be Shibi taking one and his help. But guess what? Last player standing. He doesn't see it. Knight Rider. Hello, bro. What are you doing? He popped the blade sharp. Just like that. The disrespect. The rub
Switching
in
sides.
the face. The slap in the face. Oh, Knight Rider. That was so good, Shay. Like he just chilled in hell all the way through. Like from this perspective in the replay, we could see he was just lying down in hell. He got the pick initially on the bridge. He did not expect Knight Rider to be right there, and he was like, "Wait a minute."
It was, in fact, 2 defenders playing under heaven. They get the first kill in. Do not check it for the second player there, and well. Mistakes like that, at this stage, you would expect them to just instantaneously go for the trade, seal the round, but no. 11 out of 10 for style points there as the Jet pulls out the Blade Storm, finishes up the round in style. Double digits for VALORANT Esports, now 3 rounds away from setting up a grand final clash against Noble Esports. Make no mistake though, the score rather, is pretty deceiving. A lot of these rounds have gone down to that 1v2, 1v1. But it has been VALORANT Esports almost every single time coming out on top of these clutch situations, and the pistols just start to sing here for VALORANT Esports. Maybe the beginning of the end for xCeed here as they're 2 men down with 1 minute remaining on the pistol round.
Yep. Speaking of which here, xCeed, they are going to be on the attacking side, and this time VALORANT Esports, they're popping off. They got 3 members here. Whitehorse getting a couple of free easy picks here. Looking for a couple of sprays here. xCeed will go in for a spray, but unfortunately, he will pay a little bit in terms of his health here. So that's going to be him going down a little bit low here, but Knight Rider will lurk behind, gets 2. And that's going to be VALORANT Esports taking it 11-2 here, Shane.
Well, we're on path to replicating the match 2 score from semi-final number 1 that did go 13-2 in favor of Noble Esports up against Reckoning, and it is 11-2 so far. VALORANT Esports looking strong, and xCeed, we haven't really seen them do anything drastically different, whether it is in the first half or the pistol of the second half. I think they're pretty much at this moment resigned to their fate and the spot out very early on. It is the Cypher playing in towards the seaside. Ability early on, they're just going to go charging in, but with the SMGs, they're just going to mow them down.
You guys are so much
on their
better than
way
my
in.
last
They keep all 5 up. xCeed
Match point.
up against 10 match points here to try and stay in Playtonia Presents VALORANT WARFARE.
A masterclass performance from Whitehorse on that
this
Cypher play here, making use of the spatial awareness with the shades, with the cages here. Goes in for the picks. Everyone was flash. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful stuffs here. And guess what? When people say Cypher can't play, you know, it's a support. Guess what? He proves it wrong, bro. He proves it wrong. And they are going to be one game away from taking this series here, as you can see. Far East was already leading. Thank God, and SMX going to be taking both xCeed and Scooby. And we are down to the last two members from the side of xCeed. Far East was looking to close out this game. Here comes the flash. Captain LK completely shut out of this game. And it's all up to PB9. Going for the clutch. Teammates has left and they will get taken down. And it's going to be Far Esports taking the second series. And going to be advancing in towards the grand finals here, Shade.
Well, that was pretty much a mirror of map number 2 from semi-final number 1 there. Very close fight up at Bind. I believe there were many situations in that map where it looked like we might just have seen xCeed walk away with map number 1, but that was, I believe, the winning scenario for them in this BO3 series. I mean, lost Bind coming in, it was always going to be an uphill battle for xCeed to try and take Haven away from Far Esports, and Far Esports just looked clinical start to finish. Whitehorse and crew absolutely on point. Like you said, we did see Cypher getting nerfed quite a bit in 1.11, but the nerfs only apply if the Cypher actually ends up going down. When he's up, he's pretty much the same agent that he has always been, an absolute stellar agent who can hold that C site down alone on defense. And we saw Whitehorse being able to make that information play time and again, and xCeed never really found their footing on Heaven at all throughout that entire map. I see.
Yeah, and it was a huge disparity in Whitehorse playstyle. His Cypher and compared to Captain LK Cypher was just miles apart here. And I really like how he played it so well. His spatial awareness was very on point. His decision makings has so been insane as well. His reaction has been phenomenal. And I'm looking forward to see how they fare well against Noble Esports here, because we have finally found the two best teams here in the Valorant Warfare here, brought to you, presented by Playtonia. And tomorrow's grand finals is going to be an interesting one, as we are going to be heading off into the grand finals very, very soon. But for those of you watching at home, be sure to comment it down. Who is going to be your favorite player, your favorite team, as we are going to be going into the voting, continuing into tomorrow, where we are going to be deciding who is your fan favorite team, your fan favorite player, and also the best player in this entire tournament. We'll be walking away with amazing cash prizes here. And same thing tomorrow as well. Remember to share and tag your friends coming back into this tournament, because you might walk away with fantastic, amazing freebies brought to you by Playtonia here, Shade.
Yeah, and not to forget, we're not done with the stream just yet. So you can go ahead and hit that share, tag 3 of your friends, and stand a chance of walking away with some awesome goodies courtesy Playtonia. I'm Shadeslayer, that is ICBaby12. We'll take a quick break. We'll be back shortly though with the scorecard and some of the player stats to see how the teams and the players fared up here on Haven. So don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. After some nail-biting action here in semi-finals day of Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare, we have our two grand finalists who will be duking it out tomorrow. After a close game one, it was Far Esports who, by a landslide, take out map 2 up against Team xCeed on Haven. Your thoughts on the second map that we just witnessed, IC?
Really? I
I'm going to put you on the spot.
You're really gonna put me on the spot for game number 2. Honestly, masterclass performance coming from not xCeed. Masterclass performance coming from Far Esports, of course. And I really liked how they were still super composed. They are not afraid to flex a little bit their playstyles, but at the same time, they've pretty much shown their hand. They've shown a lot of their strategies from game 1 itself here. So I think if Noble Esports was watching their game, they are pretty much figuring out a strategy to actually counter them for tomorrow's grand finals, as compared to Noble Esports, which they've shown a lot of strategy, but at the same time, it was not super obvious to actually figure out as compared to what Far Esports was presented to play against Team xCeed here. As Team xCeed, game 2, you can see that they were just, I think it was just a matter of mental fortitude in this regards here. It felt like they've given up after game 2, despite statistically wise as well, xCeed pretty much excels in the map of Bind, which by right in game number 1, they put Far Esports in a really, really tight spot here. They almost went in for a reverse comeback, which was really, really nice to watch here. But game number 2, it felt like they were lost. Like, it was so hard to contest some of the maps as well. And we saw them, I think, putting Captain LK on the Cypher all the way in, I think it was A side, all by himself time and time again. And they did not switch the entire round for him. And whereas compared to Far Esports, they switch up their rotations, their movements all the way through their rotations, especially their positioning as well, to keep it a little bit flexible and very, very unpredictable. So it made things a little bit easier to actually go in for the clutch here. If you're playing against the same thing over and over again, you will eventually find a counter. And that's exactly what happened for Far Esports. They were playing against the same lineup, the same play styles over and over again from Team xCeed, and it made it so easy for them to actually just steamroll their way into a 13-2. Whereas as compared to game number 1, both teams were constantly mixing it up. It made it so hard for both teams to go in for a landslide. So that's just really, really nice to see that Far Esports was able to understand to have the awareness to be able to take game number 2 here. So nevertheless, very, very convincing 13-2, well deserved indeed here. And I'm looking forward to see how they fare well against our grand finalist here. Noble Esports is already up there for tomorrow's matchup here, Shade.
Yeah, and as discussed, I think the win condition here in the semi-final for xCeed was them taking Bind and having gotten so close but not really able to see things through, and Far Esports taking those few clutch rounds at the end and taking Bind away, I think pretty much did a big dent in the confidence of xCeed there at the end. Were an absolute no-show on Haven, start to finish. Yes, I do believe Far Esports played it as clinically perfect as possible, but I think xCeed there, they were just mentally kind of out of this entire series there after how Bind played out there at the end. We didn't really get to see them realize their full potential on Haven, but big shout out regardless to Reckoning Esports as well as xCeed for making their way through some really tough competition in the qualifiers so far and taking up 3rd and 4th positions. But let's have a quick look at the scorecard to see how the players fared here in map number 2. I don't expect to see too many high kills on the side of xCeed. In fact, it was xCeed who did perform really well in this map up. We did see him keep getting pickoffs time and again, but the rest of them, PB9, we did see a couple of beautiful kills coming in with the Sheriff towards a garage, but They were pretty much just isolated plays here and there. Sid Simba with the operator on that A site got a couple of wonderful pickoffs, but they were just far and few between these rounds overall. It was just Far Cry all the way, 16, 8, and 5 onto Scarguard, matched by Whitehorse of 15, 7, and 4. Both of them did manage to get 1 kill per round, and I think that pretty much sets up the storyline for the rest of the players to come in as well. Knight Rider on 12, SMX on 11, Shivy on 11. Pretty much everybody stepping up to the plate, fragging across the board, and that is sign of a team that is on route to quite possibly taking the championship tomorrow, IC.
Yeah, well, it's all things considered here. It's tough to say who's going to be taking the championship for tomorrow. We saw a lot of brilliant moments coming from Noble Esports, and also coming from Far Esports here. But I agree a point that Far Esports has better, I would say, chemistry in terms of consistency wise. But at the same time, seeing how the matchup went, it felt like Noble Esports had a really tough matchup against Reckoning Esports. It was super neck and neck. Both games were just playing out of their mind. And I don't know. I would really like to see both of these teams going head to head in the grand finals. It was just, we would see rainbows going to be happening in tomorrow's games, just because two of the best teams from all around South Asia is going to be gathered here in this grand finals, competing for a huge chunk of the prize pool. And it's going to be a best of 5 series here. So we have to pull off all the stops here. We're going to be most probably going to be playing every single map. Pretty much every single map is going to be played in tomorrow's matchup. And they have to be prepared for this year. And seeing how xCeed was able to play by not Heaven, that's going to be a very, very, putting them in a tough spot here if they actually made it into the grand finals. But as compared to Noble Esports and Far Esports, you can see both performances, very flawless rounds coming from them. Close ones coming in from both teams is on game number 1. But I think when it came down to Far Esports here, it was a close one for Far Esports in Bind from game number 1. But it was a close one for Noble Esports on Haven. So both teams have their preference in terms of map performances here. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not they are going to be, what's their strongest map, what's their weakest maps coming from both these teams. And hopefully we might see a full 5 games here coming from both these teams here. And like you said as well, there are some teams that just prefers a particular map. In this case, xCeed preferred by more, but other maps not so much. So this may be a time where they start focusing on the 3 maps that they want to play from the side of Noble Esports and also Far Esports, and then head on take a 3-0. Even if they lose a map that is not comfortable with them, it's okay. Reset their mind, go in for the next game. Let's take it to the next level, and hopefully we'll win the championship. But nevertheless, here, that's going to be tomorrow's schedule here for those of you guys watching. And for those of you guys who missed out on game number 2 here, this is going to be a player versus player for you guys here. It's going to be a head-to-head between game number 2 here, as we're going to be taking a look at what exactly happened here as from the previous game where xCeed went against Far Esports. And Far Esports, it's going to be a really interesting one because Scargod was popping off all the way through from game number 2. Game 1, we saw a little bit of moment of brilliance here, but definitely Knight Rider and White Horse stood out in game number 1. But Scargod in game number 2, he was the one just going ham on everyone. Entry, first bloods all the way through. 1 kill per game. He was just popping off all the way through. 16 kills, 8 deaths. That's just pretty good KDA stats all the way through. But xCeed, 2 games in a row, he's been performing for the team. But unfortunately, say there's only so much you can do as a solo player here unless you're able to ace everyone in every single round and win the game. That would be what we call hacking, aimbot, aim assist, wall hack, cheats, cheater, get banned, get banned, get banned, too godly but fake, get banned, and get banned. So if that's the case, get banned. But of course, teamwork makes the dream work, Shade. That's going to be your head-to-head here coming in. What are your thoughts on this two matchup here, Shade?
Well, I think Scargod had an amazing game. Yes, the scoreline did look very skewed there at the end, but make no mistake, in the first half, there were many rounds that went all the way down to the wire. One such round was the 2v3 and a 3v2 retake coming in from Team xCeed towards the A side. We, in fact, had Scar got down to about 28 HP, if I'm not mistaken, playing in from Underhaven, and along with SMX, he was able to clean house. They drop all three, keeping both agents up and running. And I think rounds like that did play a crucial part in ensuring that Far Esports did have a lot smoother sailing in towards the grand finals tomorrow, which will be coming up at 6 p.m. A best of 5 final to see who will be the champion of Playtonia Presents Valorant Warfare. Everything is on the line tomorrow. Noble Esports, Far Esports, who will be hoisting the title tomorrow. Don't forget to tune in. I'm Shadeslayer. That is IC Baby 1-2. We'll see you folks tomorrow. Until then, goodbye, good night. Enjoy the rest of the Saturday.
No more.
One enemy remaining.
Revealing area.
Ten seconds left. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. One player remaining.
Run!
Spike planted. One player remaining. One player remaining. One player remaining. planted. One enemy remaining.
Here.
Cage triggered.
Spike planted.
Run!
No shot.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike.
Everyone hiding.
One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Stay down.
One enemy remaining.
No more. Die.
One enemy remaining.
Nailed it.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
The hunt begins. Clean. Foolish.
30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Stealing sight.
Why destroyed?
One enemy remaining.
White clean.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Bye. Blocking sight.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.